Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, one and all. Welcome to the office hours. Not sure everything else is set up. I don't think it is. Do 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 do. Go. There we go. Is it time yet for pubbing some Astros? Indeed it is. How y'all doing? Button's wrong. Give me a second. Welcome. This is the office hours. For those of you who don't know, this is a live stream, which is the reason why you're seeing me this very long stream, and of course me not being on the screen yet because I'm not ready for some reason. Oh, and I'm stupid. Hold on. All right. Welcome. Welcome one, welcome all. Let's get to the office, shall we? It works. It works. Hey. How y'all doing? It's just starting. We're just starting. It's not quite Friday here. But no, hold on, I gotta do something. I knew something was off. Yes. All right. Tools. Da, 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 da. It's the line. Right. What's going on? And it's connected. There we go. Funny man, do funny spaceman dance. Hey, also, hey, Paul. Not yet. Not today there, Pyro. Sorry about that. Haircut. Thank you. Yeah, I forgot I got a haircut on Monday. People, thank you. I got it so I didn't feel as shaggy. So I still have my beard. It's Thursday night. It's Friday for folks in Europe, so. King of Lore is live and in charge. I am not the King of Lore. I am but a scholar of the lore. The ET Star Citizen poster in today's ISC was magic. It was great. Hey, Halfsack. I'm glad you caught it. Do you see the song about Star Citizen JT Music made? It's pretty cool. I've heard about it. I didn't listen to it yet though. Hey Paul, can you create a cocktail for the office hours? Maybe something tequila based? Maybe. I'd have to sit down and actually, you know, with my tools and actually do something, which I haven't done in a while. I actually made it live for once. I'm glad. Sad face. Sorry about that. We only do the stuff when we're playing games. So funny man dance is usually that. It's Scorpy. Jake will hear. It's Scorpii. Jake will hear from my lore. No, it's Scorpy. It's Scorpies. I am a butt. I am a very big butt. This week was interesting because I have a lot of ideas that are floating around in my head for videos, but I don't have any motivation to do any of them. Like, for instance, I do want to do a video which basically sits down and goes, hey, let's be real here. We need big butts in Star Citizen. The male butt is an atrocious, horrible thing, and we need to fix that. And we need to give it a butt. And it was kind of a meme video about that. But, hey, Chef Boston. It's a little rough, but I just got to keep it trimmed or keep it conditioned and everything. Let's see. But I also want to do a video on, like a lore video at some point on the science behind jump points. But I think they don't really have enough information about jump points. A lot of it is theory on my part because it hasn't really been explained. And the reason why it hasn't been explained is because CIG, the lore team, doesn't want to like write themselves into a corner if the dev team wants to change things up. So. Chris would be the god of lore. He's the one who decides on everything. If I give you $3, will you dance? No. Not today. If you gave me $3, no. No. If you subscribed on Friday or Sunday, then I'd dance, or Saturday before the captain's table, I would. Zero to Heroes for 318. Yes, that's one of the things I've been like. A lot of people go like, "Hey, I didn't know that Paul actually streams the game." It's like I do frequently. It's just these times are the worst times for me because there is no motivation for me to stream like Star Citizen, like the gameplay of Star Citizen, because I don't really get a lot out of Star Citizen the way that some people would just be like, "Oh, I like to fly around and kill things." It's like I've done that for years. In Star Citizen, I'm more interested in having goals, trying to do that, but fun fact, the female model is wearing period panties. The female model actually has a butt. I'm just saying, we just want the male model to have booty. Zero Hero is about the best way to have fun in Star Citizen. Give yourself some purpose and goals to reach. Yeah. Was it intentional that the start of the middle of your logo looks like an AH? Yes. What? That down there? That is supposed to be an AH. Are you talking about like the transition? Like this? I don't think it looks like an AH. Just got done watching ISC. We're gonna watch it live. I've already seen it, but we'll watch it live here. Hey, Jake Raven, how you doing? If I bought you a set of dry erase markers for the classroom, would you dance? No. It finally showed ISC. Was the wait worth it? Yeah, Astro Historian's like right there though, but like I don't know if you're talking about it. What, chocolate starfish? It's supposed to mimic the Star Citizen star a little bit, but didn't realize how big the strike team was for the server tech. It's, I mean, we're talking about a company with almost 1,000 people in it. A strike team that's small for like 20 people or whatever that was. I love how that I asked YouTube for a notification. It still didn't give it to me. It's the way it happens. The best way of staying on top of it is honestly to join the Discord. The Discord sends out an automatic update. So. Was it the anime footage in your opening from? So that's not actually my anime footage. That footage is YouTube's. That's the generic sci-fi opener for the premieres. So I think it was made for YouTube. Yeah. Everyone thinks it's mine. It's like, it's not mine. It's cool though. Yeah, well, kind of one of those, if you've seen one in February ISC, you've seen them, all of them. It wasn't that bad. Hey, Paul, are we doing lore questions right now? I had a question to pop in my mind the other day. Feel free, go ahead. I mean, we're gonna do like a quarterly Astro historian chat on Monday. This coming Monday, because it's a holiday, probably like midday. But normally, yeah, you can always do lore questions here. AGR. I don't need a disturbance. I felt a disturbance in the forest, and here I am. Yeah. Yes, the male booty. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. We need male booty because it's currently like negative. Now, I mean, the actual answer to that is for the why is the male booty like what are we gonna do with that is to give more customization for your character's dimensions. I understand CIG can't really like make you taller or smaller necessarily because of some other issues, but they should have some range of thickness on your body. Because otherwise you're just the same person with just generic face stuff. I know a lot of people say Star Citizen's character creator is the worst character creator they ever created, and I'm like, nah, there's been worse. Star Citizen's is interesting, it's just not finished yet. I'm gonna search Star Citizen Booty Patrol? Yes. Shipped variant question. Origin 390 jump for transporting passengers from one planet surface to an 890. Good idea, realistic? Yeah, you could do something like that. I mean, if you could figure it out. Did you base the lore channel off of my name? My name Biff's. Just found it yesterday. My lore channel? No, some of the stuff was cool. Like, there's definitely some stuff that I incorporated from Biff. But I've also incorporated stuff from, oh, why am I blanking on his name now? Luton. I based some of the stuff off of Rad King. Based some stuff off of Ox. There's a bunch of different lore channels that I follow and I've enjoyed that I kind of pull ideas from. Have I seen Algrid's face yet? No. This is great. So say the system has two jump points, a large and a small. I think I have heard the jump points can collapse. What would happen if a very large economic like Terra-ish system's large jump point collapsed and only small jump points were left? We actually have lore references for that. It effectively will kill the system or will hurt the system dramatically, because when the jump point collapse happened with, I can't remember the name of the system, I'll have to look it up, but when that system happened, that created the basis for Koromor, the Valentine's Day holiday they have. When that happened, the systems that only had one jump point into them emptied out. A lot of people just fled those systems for fear that other jump points would collapse. Lore idea, Anvil gunship to compete with the Doom. That's not really a lore idea, that's more of a ship idea. And I care 0 for Warhammer. This is pretty good. As a full-grown man lacking a booty, I appreciate a model representing my body, including my epic abs. The problem I have is the idea that every single man in the future, or even in the video game, has a Hank Hill butt is offensive and just disgusting. I need some booty, all right? According to Execute, Algrid shaves his beard because someone called him a furry. It's far as I understand, there's not a correlation between having a beard and being a furry. Yeah, ship idea with lore to back it up, I guess I meant. I mean, yeah, it's easy to do. That's the anvil longbow. I've always thought that the anvil longbow that was mentioned, which is probably a work in progress anyways, is, and of course, I know Execute's argument, and it's a bad argument, which is a longbow launches arrows, right? It's like, yeah, it's a stupid idea. Whenever Execute brings it up, and I know you're in chat, Execute, I like to remind you of the gunship that was the gunship that was supposed to be, what was it? Supposed to be an anvil gunship? What was it supposed to be named again? How that was entirely wrong? Will we see a small snub merchant ship that we can sell common items around the verse? I'd hope so, man. I really hope so. I have no idea if that's going to happen or not. The argument is every ship should have a variant down from small to capital. There should be some professions, all professions should have some sort of ship that supports it in all sizes. And the one thing that we have never seen, we have large and capital class, really 2 capital class merchant ships that are like trade ships, the merchantman and the privateer. But we have nothing even smaller than that. Hey, Mr. Hyde's Monster. Thanks for the $10. Good evening, Paul. It was great to see you again. Hey, a tip.
Mr. Hyde, super chatted $10. Good evening, Paul. Great to see you again. I can't wait to review Star Citizen new video with you.
Thank you. We're going to take the watch together. Thank you for the $10, Mr. Hyde's Monster. Means a lot. Ship idea. RSI Hydra. It has 6 Krugers. Eh? Wait on my homeworld inspired ship. Well, there is the ships of the Xi'an are very similar to the, is it Mothership? The main ship from the Homeworld series. Like the kind of verticality ship. Ooh, that's a long one. Okay. I'm currently looking at the Corsair for the next time it goes on sale. And I remind you remember you saying that Drake has been slowly trying to move away from associating themselves with the piracy crowd. Even though it isn't marketed as an exploration ship, it seems like it's like a high key for piracy. This is Drake knowing that they can't really shake their slander or numerous clients, or is it they're really trying that they can't really move away quick enough? Drake is trying to move away from ships that are exclusively utilitarian, because that's what gets them the piracy logo. Because, like, there is no argument for what the Corsair is, or the Cutlass is, other than a militia ship, because that was what it was built to do. So if you build a militia ship and it's used by pirates, it becomes a pirate ship, because militia ships and pirate ships are not that different. But a Corsair is explicitly an exploration ship. It has the sensors, it has the range, it has the storage and capacity, it has all of the things you'd associate with an exploration ship. Even like the ability to get to the top of the ship, use it as an observation post. So it's still going to be used by pirates, but Drake is trying to get away from anything that can be exclusively labeled as a pirate ship. They aren't that great now, Jim. That's because the sensor rework, because like you can also think about the Carrack sensors aren't that great, but it's supposed to be an exploration ship. The 315P, the Terrapin, none of them have really good sensors, but that's because the sensors don't work in game yet. So to go back to character creation, I was AFK, but I remember Tiger Woods Golf back in the day where you could upload a picture of your pick and put you in the game. That was nightmare fuel, Mountain Dew me. I remember that. That was nightmare fuel. Everybody has a seat with just 50 cubic meters of armor around it. Yeah, that would be the most boring ship of all time. They aren't going to be that great, though. They're going to be better than most of the other basic ships. I can guarantee you the Corsair is going to be better than, say, the Terrapin in terms of its sensor range. because that's just what it's built to do. It's not going to be as good as the Carrack or, say, the Odyssey, but it's still going to be pretty good for the price you're paying. All right, cool. I'll see you in 3 years when that's added to the game, Jin. John Cruz said sensors are cursor would be good for a Drake ship. Yeah. And for the size and its design, it's definitely going to be better than, say, the Terrapin, which is a smaller vessel. I don't know. Whatever you want. Starter Pack's fine. The last time we made a bet, we were both right. So, you know. So they aren't really avoiding the pirates. They're just making it look like they aren't. Yeah, it's all about presentation. That's what the new Andon Arden, the new CEO of Drake, is all about, trying to bring back the reputation of like companies that have been failing, try to revive their reputation. He's a PR spin doctor. The reality is that Drake isn't this evil corporation. It's like, yes, we will sell to pirates. Drake is just an organization that sells to anyone with money. And sometimes those people aren't necessarily legit. And it's not that they aren't like screening people. It's just they're not looking too hard at those people. How do you think it compared to the Aquila? Probably a little bit worse than the Aquila in terms of sensor range. In terms of its usage, it's probably, I mean, it's got better weapons, I think, than the Aquila, but... Oh, like all companies? To a degree, but Drake is a little bit more in a weird place. Like, Aegis has the ability to say, hey, listen, these are, like, aftermarket sold. These are, like... Once they go out of our lot, once they've been sold and they get sold secondhand by somebody else, it's not a problem. Same with Anvil and a lot of it, like RSI, like they make so many things that if their ship gets used for piracy, it's not a big deal. But Drake revels, like bathes in the rebel outsider status. That is their entire brand, is be different, be bold. We're going to make this for the people, for the frontiersmen, for the actual man on the frontier. And it gets them in trouble because they do make ships that are freaking easy to maintain and easy to fly. But that means that they're really good for piracy because they're easy to maintain and fly. Drake equals Harley Davidson? Yeah, there's definitely some big Harley Davidson kind of like vibes to it. Argo starter ship idea. It has an arm that can mine or salvage. It also has a size 5 gun. God damn, that sounds like some CIG level pitches. What connotations were Drake trying to get with their IAE sponsorship? They're for the people. In fact, there's actually a lore bait about how they originally pitched the idea of effectively fuck the UEE. Like that was their original pitch, was fuck the government. And IAE was like, we kind of need the government to like support us. So could you dial it down a little bit? And that's why they said, okay, for the people. It's like, that's the Drake thing. They were all about, like, they wanted to sponsor the IAE because they wanted to be like, look at us, we're rebels. We're for you, not for the fucking establishment, man. Like, it's hardcore fuck the government, is what they were saying. If CIG pushes hard for better missions and added content like larger underground facilities this year, I don't really need 4.0/Pyro until the next time of the year. I mean, that's basically been my take. I've been saying for a while that you don't want Pyro. Pyro is not what you want. What most people want is better content, more consistent content, and better experiences in game. They want, polish. They want more players. They want improved multi-crew gameplay. They want more missions. They want more reputation. All these sorts of things are what's important. More gameplay loops. And Pyro has nothing to do with any of those. It's just more places to go. And while that 100% will sell the game more, like I guarantee you when Pyro comes out, every social media platform is going to be filled with just screenshots of Pyro, glory shots of Pyro. Everyone's trying to get those social media clicks and those big name, because that's what sells it. I mean, I do lore content, right? CIG has only once ever highlighted my lore content. Once. And it was well after the fact, which was my Jumptown documentary. CIG has not highlighted or social media blasted any of my lore stuff in the past. But they'll do, like, you know, the second we get 100 players in game, a bunch of content creators just throw a bunch of 100 people in one area, and like they get spotlighted every 5 minutes. Why? Because that's visual and it's showing off the game, which I get. That's what they're selling. And so that's really what's going to sell the game. But the reality is that pretty pictures a game does not make. So we definitely need a lot of these back-end stuff, the improvements to quantum system, all these other things before we can even get to Pyro. Yeah, I would say that's my reason why I actually want to see Pyro there. Velocity is because I just want CIG to shut the fuck up about Pyro. I was on 8-9 Gym with Morph and 114 other people. Yeah, it's fantastic, and it was very visual. I'm not trying to discount those people's content. I'm just saying, like, there have been people like Morph and those folks who get highlighted all the time for the work they do, and they deserve it. But that's because it was visual. Like, I could make the complete history of Star Citizen lore and make it as intriguing and as engaging as possible, get professional score, do everything I could, and it would still not get as many views or the attention of CIG compared to one video of pretty sunsets of Pyro. Because that's the game. People don't give a shit about the lore, they care about the game. And that's my point, is like, while Pyro pretty, Pyro empty unless you actually have the content to back it up. So, and that's what's more important. I mean, that was smart move, Inner Hype, and we'll talk about that. All those shots of Pyro were put there because, all right. Have you heard of the jump scare? I believe it was in Citizen Kane. In the middle of Citizen Kane, where they just have a bird that just screams into the, like as a screen transition, or just a bird that jumps. Hey, you be nice to my lore. I doubt it'll be better than the Terrapin, maybe equal to it, but the Terrapin has a fuck ton of armor. It's not designed as a long range, like it's designed to be get up close. Its sensor is designed to get up close to get the information, which is why it has the armor, not necessarily long distance armor. I have not seen Citizen Kane. Okay, so in the middle of Citizen Kane, this dramatic story, they just have like a parakeet squawking, like screaming into the video, into the movie, and it has no point. It just comes out of nowhere as a scene transition, and it was added during the cut because the publishers or the publishers, the people who were like actually kind of reviewing to release it, thought that the audience would be asleep. So them adding the Pyro transitions is the audience doesn't know what the fuck's going on, is bored. All they know is that server meshing is important because everyone tells them it's important. You're going to sit through 5 minutes of people talking. Here's a pretty picture of Pyro. It's brilliant. It's exactly how Star Citizen fans work. I'm not saying all of you are like that, but I do know people react a lot better to pretty visuals than they do to a bunch of people in a room talking. No, they're right, I was asleep. I'm boarding the stream for doxing me. Is this because we don't read? Yes, this is the same reason why you don't read, Chimpasta. It depends on how pretty the people talking are. That's also true. But that's the thing. It's like, and it's one of the reasons why you hear people say, we haven't heard anything from Squadron 42, that we don't know what's going on with Squadron 42. And it's like, have you been following? They have updates. It's just not all those updates have pictures or video. And as a result, people get really frustrated, which is one of the reasons why I've been like, CIG, I know you have vertical slices. Why? Because you've told us that you have vertical slices of Squadron 42. Just drop one. Just drop one and people will shut the fuck up because they'll look at pretty pictures and be like, oh, and then move on. Like, people are super visual in the Star Citizen universe or in the Star Citizen community, and that's because the game has always been pitched as a visual cinematic experience, which is why I know that Pyro would sell more. Pyro screenshots are going to sell the game more than the intricacies of the Pyro gang dynamics. Gamers don't read and gamers don't look. That's true. So what lore do we know about Nyx? A lot. Yeah, I'm not shitting on, by the way, I'm not saying that like not wallowing in lore not being popular. I know why it's not popular, because it doesn't have any impact yet. It will if Squadron 42 does well, because that's super important for like a story-driven element. And when they add more story to the Star Citizen universe, that'll also come through. But I'm just pointing out that like Star Citizen fans don't read. Yeah, they canceled the briefing room and people assume they stopped working on Squadron 42. Basically. I went to film school. Citizen Kane is definitely sleep-inducing. I have a friend who plays once every 2 years. I took him out hunting on a hurricane last month. It was the most it took out most, and the most he took out of it was the Hurston screen cap he has as a PC desktop. It's not untrue. Star Citizen is a beautiful game. By the way, I started to change the topic, but I did enjoy the Clark Armor Systems lore dump. It was great to read. It's really good. It's pretty old too. It was built in the time period right before. I haven't read the lore dump. It's the same one that was in Jump Point, but I believe it was built right before the First Tavaran War and became like the main armor systems for the UEE government for a very long time. So, to be fair, most people in the world are visual. I'm not. I'm an auditory learner. I'm not a very visual learner. I'll just say the very basics about Nyx is that Nyx is on the edge of a dark nebula. So it fucks with sensors when you get too close in there. It's also not very well, there's not many resources in there. There's not enough for like exploiting for business purposes. But there's just enough for like resources to survive. And Nyx is also kind of on the edge of the Empire. It's sort of close to Xi'an space, but in a weird kind of nebulous, no one goes there region. It's also close to Vanduul space. So, because it's difficult to actually go through there and find people, because there's not really much reason to go there, and because it's kind of out of the way, you have to go through, I think how you go through there's only one jump point that Nyx has to a UEE space, which is that is of an Odin. There's just no one goes there, which is why rebels have taken up a home there. And they're not really like rebels. CIG calls them like hippies, which they are, but they're like hippies with AKs. They create a commune, and like the People's Alliance of Levski is definitely communist. It's socialist, communist, anarchist sort of like establishment. And there are multiple splinter groups. At least we know of one splinter group from the People's Alliance of Levski that lives in the area as well that have similar ideals, but they're kind of isolated from the rest of the group. You think 42 will be out before 4.0? I don't. 42 is not coming out for another 2 years minimum. 4.0 is coming out next year at some point. I think the earliest we'd see it is Q1 of next year. Man, I love Elson. Elson's great. It'll be interesting to see because like the PAL are, they don't have a lot of fleshed out yet. They're not really fleshed out, but they're definitely a peek into a system of, and a way of thinking, which is very foreign to the rest of the Empire. Like they are legitimately, they want to overthrow the UE government. Like they are legitimately rebels because they think like morally the government is corrupt and they want to change that. They want to free the people of the UEE, free all humans. But they're different from, say, Xenothreat, who has the same mentality but are almost certainly fascists. They are ex-military. They think that the alien has corrupted everyone and that the governments are all controlled by aliens. These are the kind of people who think that, you know, that the aliens have infiltrated. The alien has infiltrated, and everyone is an alien lover, or corrupted by them, so that everyone's like fair game. They are, and even amongst the pyro gangs, they're like, man, you guys are fucking weird. Y'all are fucking just fucking radical and shitty. I asked the info runners this earlier, curious if you had any ideas if you believe that they will release variants in the Corsair. I could see them do variants in the Corsair. Not soon though, probably down the road. The government is controlled by lizard people. Yeah. Is Letsky a narco syndicate commune? Syndicist commune? Not really. They don't really barter in drugs because they're really off the beaten path. Their main source of income is passing traders who are going through the area to other locations. But they're kind of out of the way. They survive because they stay off the radar of the UEE. Kind of like Pyro and even Grimhex. The fact that they are a big enough nuisance that they have to be paid attention to, but not so big of a nuisance that the UEE needs to come and swing the hammer, is what keeps them alive. What in the lore do you support? Like centrals and stuff? I'm a transitionalist. Move the capital to Terra. I don't necessarily agree with Terrans. I think they're kind of snotty, uppity jackasses, but they have better ideas than the centralists or the universalists, who are just trying to cling on to the old dead carcass of the empire that the Mezzers created. They're trying to keep alive an idea which is fundamentally fascist, and it's not gonna work. Like long term, it doesn't work the way they think it does. Terra Firma. Wait, long Terrans. Oh, did we get raided? Hey, Subliminal. How you doing, buddy? What are we up to? Thank you for that shout out first, Subliminal. And Boomer Fat, thank you so much for the 18 months. And Ashhole, thank you for that 34 months, almost 3 years subbed. Almost 3 years wasted. Thank you, Ash. Oh. Same here, Terror all the way. It's just, the problem is that Earth is old and busted. House Kerbal 2, it's not coming out until February 24th, so it's next week. It looks good, though. The first release of KSP 2 is going to be effectively what we have now for KSP. It's pretty much everything that's already in for KSP 1, but it's a graphics overhaul, a mechanics overhaul, and then they have a couple major updates, which they'll add like a new star system, they'll add interstellar travel, they'll add other functions to it. You're old and busted. Hey, Tech Zero. Even then, KSP 2 will be early access on that date. It's going to be a little feature thin. Yeah, it's going to be effectively what we have for KSP 1, but not much beyond that. I'm in a game right now. What moon has oceans in it? Gosh, you put me on the spot. I don't remember. I mean, water, ice water is yellow. Yellow has like water ice and oxygen. But it may not have, I don't think it has atmospheric pressure for it. Can't remember what moons have. There are some moons, I think it was, is it Hurston moons? Or is it one of the ArcCorp moons that actually has seas? But they're like not water, it's like acid of some kind. Silo, yeah. The methane ocean. Hurston definitely has oceans, yes. In terms of Levski, the anarcho-syndicate communes I'm familiar with are friendly and polite, but do not accept an interference with their way of life. That's kind of how Levski is. Because, like, Levski does actually keep pirates out of their space. They're like, hey, don't fuck with, like, stop doing pirate shit in our space. Pirates will just do it anyways. And they're like, hey, we're going to go to Levski and fuck shit up. And then the pal is like, get the fuck out. Just leave. You're bringing too much fucking hotness to this. We don't need to be this fucking hot. You can't swim, but you can survive if you have a helmet on. Quick question, zero-G EVA racing thoughts. How would you do it, if yes? Zero-G EVA racing thoughts. You could do it. The problem about zero-G EVA racing is that you'd probably need specialized suits, like specialized EVA suits for it. And I would do it through obstacle courses rather than a straight and like timed, rather than a just like a person-on-person race. Do you think when we get seasons, Microtech will get warm enough for some areas to have ice thaw? Man, I hope we get seasons. I don't know when or if we'll get it, but. Either get the fuck up, fuck it out, they'll shoot you. Effectively, they've kicked out multiple people for it. There was a famous story about two rich, like real rich assholes, like rich runaways, who found a system. I think it was Towhill, connected to through Levski, but they're pirates. They're acting as pirates, and one of them got the other one drunk as fuck and then ran away with the information and sold it to the UEE. And the other one came out who was wanted. They were both wanted for fucking crimes. And the other one showed up and was like, no, fuck you, I found it. And it's like, the UEE was like, cool, now you're both under arrest. Yeah, you need to have the multi-tool. You need to have like an obstacle course and dedicated EVA suits and such. If the Dreamer was completely reworked to be the ship of all ships, would you still hate it? I hate ships of all ships. Like, I'm not a big fan of the Carrack for that same reason, because it's just super good. The reason why I don't like the Redeemer is because it doesn't work the way it should. Doesn't fit the role it's designed to be fit, and it's just really weirdly designed. I don't think that the people who designed it did a bad job. They designed it to win a contest, and they won the contest. But the problem is that it's a ship designed by a committee, and it looks like a ship designed by a committee. CIG does plan for rotation. Planets already rotate. You're talking about orbit. Planets already rotate right now. But they don't, they don't orbit the stars. They do want to do that, but we don't know when they'll be able to do that. Hey, North. Revolution, whatever, yeah. Whatever. Same difference, Jin. Do you think the people of other UE systems think about Stanton's system? Or what do you think? It's like New York of the UE. People go there to shop all the time. New York or Paris, but probably less Paris, more New York. I know it doesn't do anything right now, but what the fuck is OxySport supposed to do? It actually does do stuff. There are some of the outposts that have little latches where you can use the OxySport to cut open the latches and they drop open. It's designed to cut through fences and access points. Isn't Terra more like New York? Kind of. The thing is that Stanton is the commercial hub of the Empire, and Terra is the cultural hub of the Empire. So it would be like if you took the commercialness of like Times Square and slapped it, and that would be Stanton, but like Broadway is Terra. It's more like Terra is like the Paris of the Empire, and Stanton is more like the New York. Stanton is Cologne, Terra is Paris. I guess so. Paul, after what I see, I need a hug. Why do you need a hug? Question, rough guess on how much cargo capacity the 600i Explorer rework will have? Whatever is the equivalent amount of cargo that that can fill up the footprint of a Nova tank. That's probably it. I don't know how much the Nova tank is. I'm guessing, quick guess back in the napkin, 120, 140, between 120 and 140 SCU would be my guess. You want to see the Japan? That's Saisei. Fujin City. What's LA then? Earth. 69 SCU. I hate LA, but I know people love it. People who grew up there love it. I think it's the only way you can love it is if you grew up there. Because I'm thinking like a Nova tank takes up about a block of 32 SCU cargo crates, right? So if you took like 4 SCU cargo crates and stacked them on top of each other, like 2 side by side, then 2 on top of each other, that's about the same size as a Nova tank. And so you have 30, 60, 90, 120 plus 2, so it'd be like 100, close to 130. I mean, I can tell you what it actually is. Earth is Rome, and Terra is Constantinople. What that makes Stanton is, I don't know what the ancient equivalent of Stanton would be. I guess Ravenna, maybe? Athens? I don't know. I don't know what the commercial hub outside of Constantinople was for the ancient Roman Empire. Carthage. Maybe if you were into salt. Alexandria? I guess it'd be Alexandria then. Yeah, that makes sense. Scaled, Ouija. It's scaled. You gotta remember that the planets are scaled down. The planets are like 1/5, I want to say, and moons are 1/3 the size they're supposed to be. Even the distances are about 1/5 of what they should be. 1/6, yeah. I believe it's 1 AU in stars in real life is 1/5 of an AU in Star Citizen. Plants are about the same size as your mom. For maximum RP immersion, we all need to speak Latin. Well, they don't even speak Latin. They don't speak English either in Star Citizen. They speak UE Common, which is a completely different language, which they just don't let us hear. That would be cool and weird if they had an option for UE Common, where like all of the voice actors spoke in UE Common, because we know it doesn't sound anything like languages on Earth. It's probably more similar to something like Langbelta from The Expanse. Or Simlish, almost, yeah. Like Galactic Basic in Star Wars, yeah. Yeah, that was what I found out, was we get hints of it from borrowed from other species. That's what Jail was telling us about. Where, like, Xi'an will have borrowed words from UE Common, and those words are, like, different words in other languages. So it's like abbreviated words. We don't know what the grammar of UE Common is, but we definitely know that it exists, that there are words that are borrowed from UE Common that don't match English, or they match, you know, a bunch of different languages. Maybe the Moby acts as universal translator. No, there will be translators. It's just for the sake of immersion, the UE Common is whatever language you're playing in. So you can think of it as what you're playing is automatically translated from UE Common to whatever language you're listening to it in. Do you have any actual words in UE Common? We have a couple. Refrigerador or refrigada of some kind means cooler or refrigerator, like a ship cooler. Similar to like refrigeradora. There's some other words that are borrowed that I'd have to ask Jail about them, but we definitely know there's a couple of words that have been borrowed. Does UE say no cap and bussin'? Yes. I mean, there is an entire slang language that exists in the UE, that especially amongst the poor and amongst the pirate classes, or the pirates and outlaws. They have their own language that they speak. But it's not no cap bussin'. It's ghosting is one of them. There's a couple of other words. There's an entire, if you want to read some confusing fucking shit, Knowledge of Good and Evil. There's an entire series called Knowledge of Good and Evil, which is entirely written in effectively scat. It's written in slang. Because it's the account of a girl who lives on the streets, who lives in a Catholic orphanage, who's also working for a drug lord on the streets. But you can only, you have to piece it together because her words are very, like, for instance, she doesn't say Mother Superior. She says the word something like, gosh, I'd have to look it up. It's something like the Mother Super or Mama Super. So, like, it's all, like, twisted. It's really hard to read until you really grasp what they're saying. To the point where they stopped making Knowledge of Good and Evil as a story point in Star Citizen, because people just were like, this is just poorly written. It's like, it's not poorly written, it's just written in the vernacular. But you can't understand it, which is why they think it's poorly written. I always imagine English taking over as the Vox Populi in any future we aren't as oppressed by other species. Probably not. I mean, the most common language that's spoken in the world is Mandarin. English is like the second most common, and then number 3 is like Spanish. But Diplomatic windbag is not you, Paul. There's a reference to Singora from Star. Okay, I don't know who that is, but I didn't see that. Fishy, you're good. Standing greeting. Oi! I'm not going to say that word. I'm not going to say the Australian word and get banned off of YouTube for saying the Australian word. Is there any lore about famous diplomatic windbags that never shut up? Not really. There are people who should never shut up, but I don't really remember any kind of like diplomats who are known for that. With current lore, would Crusader make a stealth ship like MSR, but a size of an ACE-1? Yeah, probably. Current Crusader is just another ship manufacturer, since they've lost their good-hearted roots. I'm still going to say that, you know, CIG, I think, is entirely fucked over Crusader's lore. And they entirely fucked over Crusader's lore because the ship team knew that people liked, either somebody in the ship team really liked making Crusader-style ships, or the, like, marketing, or somebody said, hey, these sell well, or they're very popular. Someone came across the idea that these were popular, and they decided to make more of them. Because fundamentally, I disagree with the existence of the Ares. The Ares makes no sense. It would be like Argo making a bomber. Like, it doesn't make any goddamn sense for their background. Astro, have you already covered your thoughts on the ISC? No, we haven't started yet. We'll start here shortly, though. It's about an hour in, so. It was marketing in the conference room with a money bag. I don't like to put a lot of emphasis on marketing, because based off of what I've heard from CIG employees who I know, in the kind of an off-the-record sort of situation, talking with them individually, marketing doesn't have a lot of say in a lot of this stuff. Marketing kind of just goes with the flow. Most of the stuff, the major decisions are made by the teams. So, like, if you see a ship that's been released, like, say, the Scorpius Antares, that was designed, obviously, by the ship team, because they wanted to make it like a variant. Maybe it was an original idea that they had as for the Scorpius, and they decided to cable it and then decide to make it as a variant later. But these teams are the ones who do that. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you disagree with something that CIG did, it's probably, and it'll say, oh, it's marketing. It's like, it's most likely not. It's most likely the teams who decided it. And there's multiple levels of decisions. If anything, it's the high ups, it's the managers, the people who run Star Citizen or run CIG, Chris Roberts and that crew who made that decision. But yeah, because for those of you who don't know, Crusader is founded at its core as a fundamentally religious group that was designed specifically to take most of its funds that weren't needed to run the company and donate it to charities. Like, the original name of the company was Seraphim Systems. The founder of Seraphim Systems was deeply Christian, like super pacifist Christian sort of thing. And when Augustin Lowe took over Seraphim Systems, he sat down and really worked with her about what he wanted to do and explain it. And they kind of negotiated and talked. And that's why they changed the name to Crusader Industries, which still kind of reflects that Christian background, but more of the concept of continuing to go for good sort of thing. And like, Ares is the first explicit combat ship they made. Like, yes, the M2 was designed for the military, but it's also designed for, like, transport ship. It's designed for relief missions and aid and stuff like that. It doesn't explicitly design for combat. And the A1 wasn't designed, or A2 wasn't designed until much later down the line. And, like, I still think that CIG decided to cave into what was cool, and they're like, hey, it'd be really cool to make a Crusader fighter. It's like, no, yeah, it's cool, but And guess what? It's bit them in the fucking butt because everyone hates that ship now or is disappointed by that ship. And it's like, I think you would be less disappointed if it was made by Kruger. Either Forces for Good, you think Crusaders. Well, I know what you're saying, Red Apple Core, but the concept was it. In reality, it's the reason why it's named Crusader is because of Crusader No Remorse, which was Tony Z, I think. Tony Z's game that he made, franchise that he made back in the day, which is why it was called Crusader. AC French. They were already kind of riding the line with the M2 and the A2. It's like, I could see the A2 as being, because it's an aftermarket design, but when you build a ship explicitly designed basically to be a flying gun, it's like you've stepped over the line from being, we're a transport company, to we're making weapons of fucking war. I understand the argument behind it, that they made the Ares because of the Ninetails, but it doesn't seem like a good ship to defeat the Ninetails. Most Ninetails operators do not operate in fucking Idrises. They operate in Buccaneers and Cutlasses. Having a ship that would be able to combat those would make more sense if you're going to do that. The reality is it was designed by rule of cool, which I think is often one of the major problems that CIG has, is where they go with rule of cool over something that would make sense or keep things in design. And as a result, it makes the universe seem more disjointed than it actually is. Lore justification. You can write any lore justification you want to. It just seems like an odd, radical jump from mostly peaceful, designed to make just designed to make money so that you could give to the poor, to we make the fucking A10 now. Like this would be like I should say a good example of this. This would be like Fiat making fighter jets, or like Tesla is making a bomber. Like, what? Where did this come from? Like, it's just out of character. Not that it's impossible, it's just really out of character for that. I'm sure I say Fiat, I mentioned any car company and someone said, well, actually, Paul, they made this one small plane in World War I or World War II. And it's like, I don't give a shit. You know what I'm talking about. Goodwill being bought up by Northrop Grumman. Yeah. See, there's Jaded with but by the way, Paul, do you know they make the Dassault? It's like, okay, it's cool. I knew that was going to come up when I said that. I was trying to find, because if I said Ford, someone would make like, they made tanks in World War II or something like that. It's like, the problem is that a lot of vehicle companies in reality do make weapons of war or are part of other companies. But this is unique because this is a company that has never made weapons of war. It was never been in their design portfolio. Especially since their sole job is to basically turn it back to charity. I do think it would be like Goodwill or the Red Cross suddenly building M16s, building the AR platforms. It's like the Red Cross opening up factories for AKs. Goodwill gets funding from a lot of different places. Mattel made M16s. Tanks were made by a tractor company. Yeah. Yeah, they make the bombs with the Herc. My point still stands. It seems narratively out of place for Crusader to start making weapons of war, especially when you have one of the main companies that's existed in the verse for a long time in the lore only has one ship. People have been asking for more ships from them. It makes sense in the lore to give them one ship, which is Kruger. Kruger literally makes guns. If you're going to make a flying gun, Kruger would be the perfect option for that, because they literally make guns. Mr. Stream, are we expecting meshing soon? I've been waiting 316. Haven't gotten to play performance. Sort of. Where there's an update on where they are for meshing, which we're going to watch the video for. But I've been kind of going on this little thing. Then they make the gun. No, that's Bearing makes the guns for the Ares. Kruger makes the gun for the Avenger. They make the gun for the Avenger. They also make the gun in the Merlin and the Archimedes. Yeah, and that makes sense. We actually do have, we know that it's the A10 because the General Electric equivalent in Star Citizen is Bearing. Bearing Applied is their weapons stuff, but most of Bearing's weapons are washing machines and microwaves. They are the General Electric of Star Citizen. And the fact that Crusader is working with Bearing was 100% made sense because Bearing is the GE. But the A10 was designed by, what is it? It's Northrop, or is it, isn't Lockheed? Is it Northrop Grumman who made it, or is it North American? Fairchild Republic, okay. Fairchild, okay. Thought they stopped supporting what? But yeah, let's look up Fairchild Republic. Let's see what else they made. Oh, it went defunct in 2003. That makes sense. So they made air training vehicles. They made the flying boxcar. They made some monoplanes. They made assault drones. They made a regional airliner, corporate turboprops. The Fairchild AC-119. Oh, the Spooky. They made the Spooky. Okay. Oh, is this the Spooky? Yeah, no, it's the 47. This is the Spectre. They made the Spectre. No, Spectre is the first one. It's between the Spooky and the Spectre. I can't remember which one it is. T-46. Yeah. So, Fairchild made military planes before the A-10. It wasn't their first military plane. Is there a Northrop equivalent in Star Citizen? It's hard to tell because, like, take one look at like Aegis and tell me that's not Lockheed. It's hard. Like, I'm also tempted to say that Anvil is Lockheed, but I don't think that's the case either. Got a lore for question, Paul. Do you know of any famous musicians and conductors? Yes, there is one famous musician that I know of. Well, I mean, obviously there's the couple of the bands, but let me look up the name of it. Boeing, Anvil. Does SC have any equivalent to the M113 armored box carrier, box vehicle, like the APC? The closest thing we have is the Spartan for that. Not that. Let me check something real quick. Gal Dugan is her name. Gal Dugan was, her full name was Galina Leah Dugan. She was born in 2868. She lived in Borea Magnus, in the Magnus system, so she was a Magnus girl. And she left home to be a singer and ended up getting found on Grimhex. She was in Grimhex singing at Old 38 when she was discovered by a record producer who then brought her on. And then she actually mysteriously disappeared. So. Hey, Wendy. I gotta get to the video here in a moment. But is there a lore question? Are there any monarch governments in the verse like king or queens as rulers? Yeah, the Xi'an. The Xi'an have emperors, which are hereditary. Yeah, the M117 or the M113 being the Ursa is kind of off because the Ursa is much more like an exploration vehicle. There is a military version of the Ursa, which may be like the M113, but it's a marine rapid assault vehicle, which we haven't seen, but it's apparently different from the Ursa. Yeah, I know the M113's effectively been used as everything from an infantry fighting vehicle to the anti-air platform to a armor recovery vehicle because it's effectively defunct. It's dead end technology since APCs haven't been used since the 60s, since they're just tactically insignificant compared to infantry fighting vehicles and other things. Yeah, it's under the Untold Tales, Last Song of Gal Dugan. That's when you'd want to look for that. So, I think what they meant was, besides the corporate rule in Stanton, are there any non-democratic governments within the UAE? Not that I know of. Most of as far as I can tell, there's no requirement for a governor or for a planet to have a democratic governorship. Though there is a UAE Bill of Rights, which I think says democracy is the right of all people. So it might be a little different, or self-determines is the right of all people. But there isn't like dukes or like anything else like that. I'd pay not to watch this ISC. It's a lot of nothing. I mean, yeah, but we'll talk about it. All right, let's get to this so we can actually get to the stream.
meetings. Hands down the most exciting element in all of game development. Now, everyone that has ever made a game will tell you that it's gathering in a meeting room and talking about stuff that's really their very favorite part of the process. Yes, the best days in game dev are the ones full of meetings, and the best behind-the-scenes content is always incredibly meeting-focused. Now, imagine a summit, an entire week dedicated to hashing out the plans for the next month, quarter, year, and sometimes beyond. Yes, exciting stuff, I know. All kidding aside, summits are an essential element of game dev we don't often get to explore. So when we heard that the core technology, network, and engine teams were coming together to discuss how best to move from persistent entity streaming into
Tarantino, I love that. Yeah, this is one of the ISCs of all time. It's just one of them. That's the best way of putting it. I've already watched this, but I'm watching it through. The answer to a lot of this is if you are a very visual person, and if you're really, really important, if you really care about like what's going on soon, the next 5 weeks or so like that, or like the next month, the next 2 months, the next 3 months, this is not an ISC for you. This is effectively an update for people who are complaining that there hasn't been an update. So this isn't for you. And that's going to be the case with a lot of things. And I will back up Jared on this one. Jared has said from the beginning of his tenure in this position that his goal is to educate people on on how development works, to help people understand a little bit more about how game dev as a system functions, and how Star Citizen, showing you all of the bits and pieces, and especially a lot of places that just normal game people who normal gamers do never see, which is the meetings, the discussions, the QA, those sorts of boring aspects of game development, which are critical to the creation of a game. And while this might not be for everyone, that's the reality of what we're going to get. Sometimes you're going to get winners. Sometimes you're going to get things that are going to make you go, oh, that's fucking amazing. And sometimes you're just going to get a segment on meetings. Just kind of how it is.
Tackling the immense server meshing, we figured you might just indulge us in trying something a little different this week. So we set up some cameras and grabbed a few willing participants just minutes after completing their second day of summits to get a candid, unfiltered look inside one of the most important Star Citizen summits of 2023. And let me tell you, January's been full of them.
I love this. I love the ET reference.
So to spare you the full effect of 5 days of meetings, we'll be spreading these.
The irony is that this episode doesn't provide information. It does. It provides information. It's just information that may not be important to people. I'll go over what I think it's saying at least.
Out over the next few weeks, while continuing our look at content being developed for 3.19 and beyond. So, after just a little ado, we present to you the Server Meshing Strike Team Q1 2023 Development Summit Post-Meeting Review. Name pending.
Do you need me to look into the camera or is that right?
Hey,
okay.
Roger Godfrey.
Meshing Summit.
Red one. Camera magic dude.
Okay. Oh,
Inside your.
I am in this one.
Hey.
That's right. Yeah, there you go.
Benoit.
I didn't know what you'd written.
I wrote Benny B.
I can't do this if they're watching me and go.
By the way, you notice the date on the slate, right? It says January 10th.
Go away, please. Forever.
Yeah, January 10th. This is filmed January 10th.
What are you guys doing here?
Well, I'm visiting the UK to discuss server meshing with the rest of the team.
We're doing a summit to try and plan for the next deliveries of Pyro and server meshing.
So summits in general, especially this one, is really where all the teams connect because, you know, with the pandemic, a lot of people have been working from home. So summits become really important because it allows us to reconnect together. So we meet in one location. This time it's in the UK. And we have representatives of every team. So most of the leads in every team.
It's the first.
Deathstroop, you're not going to get the raw Zoom meeting VOD. I know you're part of the crew that's like, this is super disappointing and this is terrible and CIG is lying to us. They're not telling us enough, but like, You can't have it both ways, buddy.
It's time that we're meeting as a team. For a lot of us, a lot of people joined the company, a lot of people joined those teams, and they've never met so far. So it's just great. Like we have someone from Korea, Montreal, we have people from all over, so it's also a strong aspect of the summits.
This is a great opportunity for us. This is the first time ever we've had the strike team all in one place, all at one time. This is our kind of Avengers assembled moment for server meshing. This is the time we get 3 core teams together to actually work out the final nuances of the architecture to build this system.
There are many teams are involved, and to get the teams on the same page, we're just building everyone in a room, talk for 1 week, aligning our goals, that we can just go out and crank at the code without less communication than we would have without many people are already working together for a long time, so it's make communication easier if you know each other and getting.
Okay, from an engineering standpoint, they're talking about DGS handoffs. I don't know what that means, but I can tell you, they confer that it deals with how one server talks with another. Yes. I'm sure a lot of this is just them talking. I know what it is. It's a lot of them just talking about what these are, why they're important, because these people live on all sides of the world, and so they're not going to always be awake at the same time as one another. And when they do handoffs between one another while they're working on things, that may change the process. So one thing that was interesting from this is they mentioned someone was from Korea, which is the first time I've heard, other than the Korean language specialist, of people in Korea working in Star Citizen, like people who were living in Korea. Now, I know that there was some reference to a company that was helping out CIG in Korea. Someone mentioned something about VR integration or something like that. I don't know if that's true or not. But as far as I know, there is no kind of company they've worked for in Korea, unless there's someone has an article or something that kind of linked to it. North Korea.
Forward to agreeing on goals. Based on that, we can more efficiently execute toward a goal, because especially in a global company where time zones are, it's kind of hard. Sometimes I think about software development is like an oil tanker, where it runs good into one direction, but as soon as you want to change direction, it takes a long time, because we need to get everyone has a slightly different idea of how stuff works, and to get everyone really understand how stuff should work on a more detailed level. It's a lot of work and align it.
Once everybody's put their stuff in, we plan it out, we discuss approaches, strategies on how we're going to intertwine our work. And this allows us to be on the same page so that we can then work together to achieve a very specific objective.
Scheduling!
And not just be building technology.
So enjoyment. Hey, look, pay attention. Look, Pyro, see, you sat through 4 minutes of boring stuff. Now we get Pyro. Now with this Pyro break, let me kind of break down why these meetings are important. Anyone who's worked in a group of people, especially people who are working independently, as a teacher, we have these things called professional learning communities. It's a common practice along a lot of teaching, where you have people who teach the same subject across the entire school will meet together every so often to discuss and align their work so to make sure we're all teaching the same stuff. You'd be surprised how unsynchronized teachers can be, even with a schedule laid out of what we're supposed to be teaching, just because what needs to happen differs. And when you're dealing with complicated stuff like this, you need to have these teams together in person to yell at each other for 3 days and scream and be like, no, it's not this. Yes, it's this. Blah, 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 blah. And then finally come to it. Okay, this is what we're doing, so that people are all on track of exactly what they're planning on doing. Because a lot of people will just come up with ideas that they don't necessarily know. So
The objective of this summit is to flesh out the exact roadmap for server meshing based on all of the work we've been doing for PES. So PES is the state of the simulation that's now persisting. That's great. It's behind us. Now we need to actually server mesh.
The major goal of this summit is to reflect back on...
Don't bring logic into a Reddit rage. Yeah, from engineering SharePoints, getting your team leads in the same room is super efficient because they can answer in real time. Yeah, because you can't avoid the questions. And this isn't just an engineering thing. This is a thing that's from any group work. You can't, the leaders cannot avoid the questions if they're sitting in a room with you, farting in the same room, drinking coffee, and being forced to stick in your presence for several hours in a day. They're gonna have to answer your questions. You can't just keep it, like, ignoring them.
on what we've done and see how we can.
I always imagine a diet of worms with our Council of Nicaea when I hear about teaching conferences. It's usually a lot of like, oh my God, kind of. It's a lot of commiserating. Most of the time when teachers meet, it's a lot of like decompressing and letting things out and like commiserating. Be like, I'm not crazy. I'm not a bad teacher. We're having the same experiences. So you feel like, oh, I feel good and better, and then you kind of negotiate and work that. But yeah,
Can do it better for the next milestones on server meshing. What did we forget? What can we do better? How can we better organize ourselves? So we keep.
This is just the edutils that are on it. What's remarkable to me is how much it says about what work was previously done with server meshing, other than realizing it needed to be PES to work.
Moving forward, and
What do you
we
mean there?
don't do what we've had to do a lot for the previous delivery, which is think and create as you go. And there will always be a little bit of this in game development. It's normal. You need to have this creativity. You need to keep that, but we also need to get a little bit better at planning and anticipating some of the challenges.
The goal of the
You see sad faces there. They're just tired. Some people are coming from all over the world to do this.
of the summit is really to flesh out the steps to get there, with the objective to ship a second solar system. That's really the primary objective.
What do you call a jump point for you? Because we are talking a lot of the low technical
Yeah,
stuff.
that's what I want to know.
Yeah.
I would, some of a secondary goal is talking about.
Goodbye. Secondary goal would be talking about the low technical groundwork
Or she's saying low, not lore technical.
for to enable features like jump point.
Hey, see, you've paid attention for 2 more minutes. Now you're going to get pretty pyro pictures.
So this is day 2, I think, of the summit. So we've done a first retrospective of all of the PES work, issues we've encountered, problems we've had, things we want to avoid.
What are they doing with an Apple computer? Throw away that thing. It can't play Star Citizen, because some people use Apple computers for notes and other aspects because they're really good at organization.
And this is officially
We're working on server meshing. Here's how meetings work. They're talking about they're getting everyone on the same path. Look.
the first day of actually digging into meshings.
On our second day, we talked about, what did I talk about?
Day 2, we have drunk so much coffee.
Day 2 has been super great in that we've aligned a lot of our different roadmaps. Every team gets to have their own sort of view on the project, and I think today we really came together as this is the critical path that we need to achieve. Everything else is gravy, but we have the critical path is really clearly identified, which is a big deal.
Okay, so what they're talking about now is they actually know, they're agreeing on what parts need to be done first. They're reading on the steps they need to get server meshing functioning. So that's what he's saying, which is the important part is that they actually have it planned. They know what they got to do. It's no longer just, we need server meshing. Here are some ideas. It's now, this is what we have to concretely do to get to that point. That's what they're saying.
The size of this project.
Server meshing, the plan for persistent entity streaming and server meshing, they were designed to be done simultaneously at the same time. This is going back to late 2020. We couldn't do that. It just wasn't practical in the end. So we had to devote all our attention to doing persistent entity streaming. This was during lockdown. So we did all of this while we're all working from home. We're now in a position with the server meshing stuff. And I kind of lost my train of thought. I was going to say something really good and I forgot what it was.
Yeah, we know what the critical path is, which is that's the most important thing in these technology projects, because they get to be very large. And so sometimes you lose track of what the actual objective is. And our objective is to get a second solar system online as fast as possible, not just to build server meshing technology, but it's to get the second solar system online. Now we have a rough roadmap of the different steps we need to do to get our second solar system online. And so now we start arguing about the later steps in this.
Would I say server meshing Pyro and 4.0 was talked about 2 to 3 years ago? Did they do any work on this in the past years? This is originally slated for 3.9 update. No, not server meshing. This is what they just talked about right now. Was they they thought that they could do PES and server meshing at the same time. And the pandemic hit, so lockdown hit, so a lot of things just got messed up. And then they realized at some point that they couldn't do PES and server meshing at the same time. They had to focus on PES first and then do server meshing. Now, as far as I know, based off of what I've read in the past, and this could be entirely wrong because CIG does like to throw everything out the window at points if it just doesn't work. See iCache, is that a lot of the background work for server meshing is done. All of the hooks designed to hook into various aspects of the game are already been built by the individual teams. It's now down to actually building the software, the actual tools to create the server meshing itself. So in some cases, yes, it has been worked on for 2 to 3 years. In other cases, no, it's not been worked on for 2 to 3 years because they had to build all the other parts before they could get to that point.
Strategies after that.
Players don't want a 4.0 as a minor update, so 3.10 to 3.18 has come since. Yes, but that's the thing, Hibita, is Star Citizen and game development doesn't work with this sort of the way a lot of people think, which is big, flashy. A lot of it is just you need to get the groundwork in, throw stuff out that doesn't work, and kind of work from the beginning. And a lot of times they have no goddamn idea what they're doing. They have a concept of what they're doing, but they don't know the actual physical steps, because a lot of times with a concept for a gameplay or ideas, they work in theory, but you haven't actually built the whole thing out yet. And then sometimes it doesn't work. The way they're talking about it seems like they want to push the server meshing out with continuous updates. Well, yeah, they've said that they want to do, their big goal is Pyro with static meshing. And then they're going to do, we actually saw them talk about this already, where they're going to do server meshing, dynamic meshing version 0, and then a dynamic version 1 and a version 2, or version 1 and version 2 for dynamic meshing, with static meshing being the first step. So there's like 3 or 4 different steps it's going to take them to do it. And I've said, when they said that, I'm like, it's going to be 4 years before we get full dynamic meshing in. That doesn't mean as much because dynamic meshing isn't as important as static meshing is. Do I think ISC will cause a lot more doubt within the community over what was previously thought based on the letter from the chairman? No, it basically reinforces everything that was in the letter from the chairman. But I also think that CIG is wildly ambitious with their dates. And when they said it was 4.0 is coming at the end of the year, I think everyone laughed. Even myself, I said, that's impossible. We're not going to see 4.0 by the end of the year. If we do, I'll be happy, but I'm not expecting it. At the earliest I'm expecting is Q1 of next year.
We're tackling a lot of really difficult problems at the moment. Server meshing is one of the toughest problems to solve in video game development. And
now that's a huge backtrack. I'm sorry, that's a massive backtrack. That's from, server meshing is not hard as persistent entity streaming to it's the biggest problem. Like, really now?
We've gotten to the point now, we're getting the persistent entity streaming to the point where it's shippable. That then kind of opens up lots of opportunities to be able to get this quite impressive system built. So yeah, there's good stuff happening here. So the first phase is the separation out of the replication layer. That unlocks the Pyro jump gate stuff. That also unlocks the server meshing stuff. We've been talking about the zones and authority, but you're much better off talking to a proper engineer about this kind of stuff. But yeah, we're getting a good handle on this stuff. We're getting a good plan for delivery.
We have delivered the PES technology, and now we need to build on what we built there, defining more sub-steps to go out to actually bring Pyro in the hands of the player.
This is a really complicated system, and we had to learn how to do it. There's been a lot of experimentation, there's been a lot of invention. When we had our initial plan at the beginning of 2021, late 2020, there was a lot of stuff in there that we knew we had to build but didn't quite know how to build it. When we actually came to actually build those interesting systems, we had to we found problems. We found stuff that was never expected. We found limitations of the technology. We found limitations of what the hardware could do. So we very much had to get our engineers to invent our way around the problem. So this is very much a feedback. This is a learning experience to figure out how we need to build server meshing. The key thing that we're doing with this is server meshing is also tied into the Pyro, to deliver the jump gates to get to Pyro. It's not quite the same problem, but it also kind of is. When you actually do a jump to get to Pyro, we have to transfer authority from the Stanton DGS to the Pyro DGS.
So just so this little diagram right here you can see is this is them talking about how many different servers do they need to do. This diagram seems to indicate that they're planning on the idea of having a Stanton server, a Pyro server, and what they call what CIG's been calling interspace, which is the space. It's like a dimension that exists in the lore, which is separate from the dimension that exists our reality, which is where your regen goes through, and it's also where what jump points are made out of. It's like you're like think of it as kind of like a wormhole through the warp of 40K, or the slip space jump of Halo. Very similar kind of idea. And so what they're saying is effectively they're going to use that jump tunnel as a separate server. And then you can see here the idea of being, do we want it to be one or two separate servers to do the handoff? Because it's obviously designed as effectively hiding a loading screen where they're trying to hand off authority from one to another and that intermediate point.
What we want to do
jump space
from
from PS5,
DGS per star system, but we're separating the actual jump gate stuff from the actual server meshing stuff.
Yeah, so he's saying that each system may have its own like server. In fact, they've talked about this in the past where they wanted to do 2 servers per system, but they're completely separating the DGS, which is the game server, from the jump point. Because the jump point isn't a game server. It's going to be a separate entity server. It is a hidden load screen that you have some control over, but it's not the same as the DGS, the game universe that we play in right now.
So that we get to the point so we can actually assure Pyro's delivery, and whilst we worry about the actual server meshing delivery. So we're actually, those are now, from our perspective, 2 different problems. So very early on, we're going to be tackling what we're calling separation of the replication layer out from the DGS. So that's the thing which replicates all our data. It allows communication. It's a single source of truth in memory for the state of the entire universe at any given time. That's going to get separated out from the DGS that currently holds all the funds.
Okay, now he's clarifying it. This is something we've already heard, which is they're trying to to remove the replication layer from the game server and then make it over all of the servers. So what he's saying is that replication layer will allow you to hand off authority from one point to another without having to without losing the information that's underneath all of those servers. So that seems to be a little bit more clear in terms of what he's talking about.
Simulation stuff that's happening at the moment. That's a first key step, both to delivering Pyro, all the technical backend for the jump gates, and it's also our kind of first big step for server meshing.
Why would you need a hidden loading screen if you plan to have dynamic server meshing? If we could see stuff that's in another server without loading the screen, such a system would not be needed, would it? So effectively, jump points have never been designed to be interactable. They're designed to be minorly interactable. They even the way that they showed off the concept, which is kind of like riding the rapids. You have little control over what you're actually doing. You may have movements left, right, up, or down, but there is no real gameplay inside of a jump point. The idea behind it is it's kind of an area that's very simplified. It's beautiful, but it's designed to be simple compared to the rest of the servers. So it can kind of hides that handoff from one to another, from one server to another, to kind of seamlessly integrate it between the 2 systems. But in theory, you don't need that anyways, because as you said, with the dynamic server meshing, you would be able to do that inside systems themselves. So. But you still need to have some sort of lore justification for going from between 2 systems, so it still exists like that.
So that's what we're going to be tackling initially. The design that we're putting in now, we've had for a couple of years, and we've been refining it over that time. In the time we're building persistent entity streaming, have been bits and pieces of server meshing on there that we needed to get done. But we're now in a position now to really, now we've got persistent entity streaming down there as a kind of foundational piece. That then opens up the opportunity to really kind of get this design that we've had, that we've honed, to really knuckle down and actually get it dashed out and get the first version out. Static server meshing, that is. This is a piece of work that's going to last for quite a long time. There'll be ongoing stuff for quite a while.
Moving to the goal, even 5-6 years ago when we started with object container streaming, where we started to split up the game into smaller chunks, and then moving from there, having stuff only partially loaded on the client.
So what if instead of jump points, we use solar system portals? It's the same concept. There's really no difference. The idea between a jump point, the difference between a jump point and just like an instant transmission portal is they're the same thing. It's just flavor. That's all it is. It's designed as a way of explaining how you can go between star systems. It limits gameplay. It's lore that feeds into the actual gameplay and like planning aspect of Star Citizen. The concept is that no, you won't be able to just jump wherever you want. You have to go through jump points, which then forces players to a specific location, and it forces you to plan specific routes. It's gameplay with lore justifications. There's been hiding loading screens for over a decade, yeah. And I think when I say it's a loading screen, I think a lot of people get upset about that because like Star Citizen has no loading screens. It's like, yeah, I know, but it kind of does, and it kind of will need to at some point. Stargates, yeah. Loading and transferring information across servers is the issue. Not necessarily, and that's one of the big things that they're working on, though, is unhooking the current, what do I call it? I always call it the river because that's always imagined. It's like kind of a river that runs underneath and carries all the information with it. But that replication layer, they're removing the replication layer from just one server and then expanding it throughout the all of the servers. So it's not just connected to one server, which will allow you to have true persistence anyways, which is what they're talking about. But that will also allow for smooth handoffs from point to point because the backend services is always tracking where you are in the verse. It's just a matter of once you reach that point where one server becomes another, it's just a handoff between those two.
Having stuff partially loaded on the server, and then decoupling the persistent state, and now the next steps are to decouple it more into more logical units to execute the code, which actually server meshing is. So yeah, it's really a continuation, and over time, the more you understand of the problem, you more.
I thought the replication layer is per server. It is right now. They want to remove the replication layer per server and have it be over all servers. That's what they're saying.
You know what you need to do. So yeah, that's why every year kind of, most likely we have a summit once per year on this topic for the last N years to refine what we do and yeah, what exactly we need to do after we got the step near.
That's the critical path to the first step. But after that is how we get to the actual end game, which is the dynamic mesh. So we all have our views on this, but now it's really, we're getting out into the gray view. Like, how is this gonna work? Here's cases we have to deal with. Like, what if a player dies into a jump tunnel, right? What happens to the missions, right? What happens to the persistent state of these tunnels? Do they exist? Do they not exist? Do they respawn?
So this sounds like they're deconnecting the DGS entirely from jump points, which is interesting. DGS is the simulation layer, which is the gameplay we play on. So they're saying that the jump tunnel itself is not a gameplay place. It is a separate universe in and of itself that is only connected to the underpinning architecture. But it is not the DGS. Because I always thought of it as that jump point would just be its own server. They seem like they're saying, no, there is Pyro and there is Stanton. You go from Stanton to Pyro, that jump point doesn't exist. It is not the game. It is something else entirely that will track you between those. Because he's talking about what happens if a player dies in a jump tunnel. It's like that shouldn't matter if it's all connected to the same like underpinning information. It would just track all that information still. But they're saying it seems like it's entirely different. Server meshing is that in part meant to replace loading screens when changing server layers and, of course, maintain persistence between the layers. Yeah, but there's also going to be multiple servers per system. Like they've talked about having 2 servers per system in just Stanton alone. There is no jump tunnels between the 2 points. You can just fly between those 2 points in space. I guess the answer is they'll be in places where you're going through space, through quantum, so it's similar kind of handoff where they can kind of fudge it a little bit, but just puts you into an instance while the authentication transfer happens. Yeah, it could be that case. I don't know exactly how it is, but it sounds like they're treating jump tunnels as an entirely different concept separate from the DGS.
So we talk about not necessarily the gameplay aspect of it, like I'm giving you guys an example now, but really the technology aspect of it. So do these zones keep existing? How do we reuse them? Do we want to reuse them? What's the effect on PES, right, for these zone transition subsystems? So that's been the highlight of it has been really about identifying that and then how we make it dynamic.
Yeah, okay. That's something that's confusing. Because it sounds like they're treating it as both a DGS server and not a DGS server. I think they're trying to figure out edge cases. What they're trying to do is like, what happens if this happens while they're in this jump tunnel? But DGS is not a shard. DGS is just the game. Shard and DGS are separate. Right now, DGS and shard are the same thing. Eventually, you will have multiple DGS systems connected to a shard. Dedicated game servers will be separate because you'll have at least 2 per system in the first release, is what they've said. 2 in Pyro and 2 in Stanton. So those 4 DGSs will make up 1 shard. So it's not DGS is not a shard. Right now it is, but in the future it's not going to be. If you die in a separate interspace server, what does the server transfer to the character? PES is what I think they're talking about. Yeah, I think that's the case. So in a jump tunnel, a ship would be your zone, which is smaller ships that you share in the resource server. The state of the entity lives in the shared space, accessed by all servers. I guess so. Yeah, PES is just the base. You can think of the PES as persistent entity streaming as just the persistence. It's just all of the information that's stored about every character and everything in the verse. And the replication layer is the thing that kind of gathers all that information in its own layer separate from the universe, and then kind of talks to the DGS to tell them, hey, the player should be here. So it's kind of the mama, the papa, the leader that it is trying to tell the other game servers to play nice with this player or whatever. So
the best thing which came out of today is basically the same which comes again out of Summits.
The Papa John. Didn't they say you used to have to navigate the jump point with risks, unspecified bad stuff happening if you hit the walls? They said something to that degree. Though, honestly, as a gameplay perspective, I think that's a very boring gameplay perspective. Just saying, oh, you screwed up navigation, you die. The last time we saw, they said that it would be like riding the rapids, where like you have to keep on track. There may be consequences for fucking up, but I've drawn diagrams. I don't do game development, but I get somewhat because I develop enterprise applications. No, I don't do game development either. I just, based off of what I've read and what I've seen for CIG doing, this is what I'm trying to kind of gather, because I know the DGS is separate from the PES, from the like shard. A shard is just a bunch of DGSs together.
Get alignment that everyone gets the same idea into them.
You know who has a logic diagram about that infrastructure, Joseph? Hey, it's Nick. He actually got Benoit to draw an actual logic diagram of this on a piece of paper or on a napkin that he has. So ask Nick next time you see him or somewhere in there. Ask him to show that picture or post that picture on the internet or something.
Their mind in a detailed level. This is, yeah, that's Jennifer Lang. That's not.
After day 2, I think the biggest question is still how we're gonna operationalize the dynamic mesh. And so, we still have these big statements like, oh, we're going to request additional DGSs and then assign them. Now we're going to have to flesh out, how do we request them? How do we know they're ready? How do we assign them? How does that actually work? Is going to be the key to the next steps.
That will then be built over the coming months. And of course, it's not just us as well as the strike team. We have, 50 or so game teams that are also going to have to take this code and then have to adapt all their functionality that they have across starcitizen to use all this cool technology. So yeah, this is the start of server meshing in its current form. In our case, it's cramming a lot of developers into a room, closing the doors, getting to drink coffee and talking a lot. It's very much a list of stuff that we've got to determine. We basically have a list of stuff that we need to nail down. Open questions, miscommunications between teams. We need to get these 3 key teams all aligned, all pointing in the same direction, so they all fully understand what it is they're building. We resolve the technical niggles that we have between these teams, so they really understand what it is they're making. We correct problems before they happen, so there's misunderstandings between the interfaces between the teams that can be quite expensive to fix. Having a summit like this allows us to fix these problems in advance and fix them much more cheaply. So yeah, we need to just, this is what gives us the solid plan that we're going to be working to for the next year. So touch wood, we're in a position now to finally push on and get the very first version, which is static server meshing, in place. We're bound to find other problems on this journey, but we can invent our way. We know we can invent our way around these problems. So yeah, we may occasionally get slowed down, but we don't get, we're still determined to deliver this.
So
How do you fix the light speed limit? Different dimensions. Or are you talking about like actual physical light speed limit? You don't. You have different shards. You have shards that are only stuck to individual locations. And if you decide to travel to those other shards, you're going to have degradation of ping. Just kind of how it works. So what I gathered from that last part is that they're already thinking about dynamic meshing while talking about static meshing. And I think the reason why is because they don't want to build static meshing in a way where they have to go back and kind of rethink the whole damn thing when they come to actual dynamic meshing. For those of you who do not know what dynamic meshing is, static meshing is there is a fixed border of the DGS where the DGS goes from one DGS to another. That point will not change ever. Once you cross that boundary, it will change. That is static. Dynamic is if there is only one person in the Stanton system, the entire Stanton system is one server. If there are suddenly 100 people in the Stanton system, the system will dynamically generate so that there is split the system in a way where the people so you have less than 100, maybe 50 and 50. And then as the Stanton system fills up with more people, the system will split into multiple servers, into maybe 10, 20, 30, 100 different servers to support all of the players in that system. The idea being that they can just keep spinning up servers because it's using cloud technology, spinning up and spinning down those servers. So the question that Benoit was asking is, when do we spin up a server? When do we spin down a server? How do we ensure that the servers we're spinning up aren't just randomly spun up? What is the parameters we're going to do? He's talking about like the edge cases and how those work. So
what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that
status goes like EverQuest or WoW or any other game that you go from one zone to another where you're switching like local servers. It's not actually switching the shard. You're just going from one server to another.
PES is not just the technical harbinger we all knew it would be, it was also the critical experience necessary to review, amend, and evolve existing plans for server meshing with the lessons learned along the way. That it is a variety of technologies, including the long-awaited jump points that will enable the addition of Pyro and star systems beyond. And that people really, boy, do they really love to just sit down for an interview just 5 minutes after sitting in intense all-day meetings. And let me tell you, I owe some people some dinners. Now, we'll be back with more traditional ISC features and return visits to the Meshing Strike Team Summit in the coming weeks. And don't forget to keep your eyes on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website and socials for information on the pending release of Alpha 318. It's got salvage, cargo, persistence, and more, and it seems there's a new Scorpius. The things you'll learn on Twitter. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee, and we'll see you all here next week.
All right. I'll be right back, chat. We'll go over this here in a moment. But there's a lot more information there than meets the eye. It's just hard to describe. Effectively, the simple, the quick and easy version of this is what we just saw is them sitting down and going, what will it take for us to get from where we are to static meshing? What are the questions we have to ask? How do we tackle it? So on and so forth. But I'll be right back. Also, if you're on YouTube, mute yourself because the Twitch chat's going to go nuts.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
It was at this moment that he knew.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
I'm flying. I'm pilot. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. I'm flying. I'm pilot. I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Weapon free, y'all.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm flying. I'm pilot. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Weapon free, y'all.
have returned. I'm going to turn off the fun music. We're done. All right, I'm back. Why would I mute this? So, hey, thank you so much, Celine, for that 10 months. So, like, the gist of what I can gather from that is CIG seems to be at the stage, the early stage of trying to figure out what they need to do to get server meshing done. They have ideas, and they all have their ideas individually. This meeting was designed for them to all take their ideas together and throw them at each other like vegetables and see what sticks. Figure out what the hell's going on and what's wrong, and then getting everyone aligned with this is the first step, this is the next step, this is the step after that, this is the step after that. So they all have a path that they want to travel to the point where they have static meshing done. But they're not just talking about static meshing, they're also talking about how that will then dovetail into dynamic meshing. Because static meshing isn't the finished point, it's part 1 of 4 that they need to do. You always manage to do it when I have no rave. Yeah, it's all, I don't do the raves when I'm doing office hours or captain's table. My take is that they're only at the stage then server meshing is years out. Not necessarily. I would say it's at least a year out. I wouldn't say it's multiple years out. If you're talking about full dynamic mesh, yes. Full dynamic mesh is probably 4 years away. Like, I would suggest dynamic mesh, probably version 0 or version 1 might show up the end of next year. Maybe if we're lucky. We're almost certainly going to get dynamic or static mesh next year. If CIG manages to do some magic bullshit out of their ass, then they'll get it done by the end of this year, but I doubt it. The bar scene in-game needs improvement. At least working a jukebox in some video games, if not the pool table. Is there anything is there anything like that in the old Star Wars Galaxy Entertainment profession planned? Not really. But that definitely needs more improvement. Definitely needs some of those other things. But that's, let's get bartenders working first before we get to that part. Later, half sec. Yeah, let me pull up. Do I know the other 3? Yeah, let me pull up the letter from the chairman. So this was posted in December. So this was posted at the end of last year. I did an entire video reading the whole thing. But the next step will be to replication layer the in-memory cache that remembers all dynamic object state from the game server to have a scalable RL workers that communicate the state of changes between various game clients, servers, and the RL, the replication layer. So the idea being they need to have something that communicates between all of the different parts of the game, which is what the replication layers do. This is important for server meshing as the universe state needs to be fully decoupled from server state. It will also make Star Citizen much more crash resilient on the client side, as a server crash will no longer take down the RL as well, meaning that clients can stay connected while the new server takes over where the last one left off. It will also have the added benefit of having the view every client has of the universe around it to be a little bit more fluid with less lag, as the client's update and refresh of the object state will no longer be tied to the tick rate of the game server. This means players will see the state change from other remote clients and game servers as they happen at the rates of the various clients and servers push them. Basically, you'll see the game will update faster. Once this happens, we'll be able to have multiple game servers communicate with the RL, much like having multiple game clients communicate right now with the RL, allowing Star Citizen to have multiple servers simulating the universe state, which we call server meshing. We will start with static server meshing, where different servers are assigned to simulate different entity zones in a star system. Entity zones, sometimes referred to as local grids, are separate simulation areas. The inside of a spaceship is a different zone to the space around it, which the spaceship flies. A planet in a different zone than the star system zone, where all planets and moons exist in. And landing zone can also be a different zone. Basically, if you remember not done. That's your mission. What is it? Client object container streaming and server object container streaming. An object container is what he's talking about. So everything is an object container. Anything that is a box or some sort of area that is contained can be an object container. So the inside of a ship, a landing zone, an area of a planet, an entire moon, an entire system. Russian nesting dolls. They all can be sit inside of each other, but they're all separate from one another. That's what he's talking about, which is why they needed to get that information done. At first, the servers will be bound to fixed zones, but we'll quickly move to Dynamic Server Mesh version 1, where we assign the servers dynamically to entity zones based on the gameplay and simulation load. So version 1 is there anybody in Lorville? Then turn that fucking server off and just have that have Lorville be covered by the Hurston server rather than be its own independent server. So they don't have to waste server space. But it's just going to be fixed zones, not necessarily fluid. It's just going to be, is this person being used? Yes, no, turn it off. This will be much more efficient use of servers in the cloud, as you only need servers where players are, whereas static server mesh, you have servers assigned to zones, even if there's no players there. Dynamic Server Meshing version 2 will take this dynamic aspect of servers one step further by subdividing entity zones into simulation islands. This is organizing the dynamic objects in one zone / local grid into different groups based off of which objects can interact, collide with each other. So that's talking about taking what's inside of an object container itself and subdividing it even further if they want to. Allowing these islands to be distributed between servers to help balance load out. So you could take a zone, like say space, and then subdivide that space in itself if they wanted to. At this point, we should be able to handle tens of thousands of players all playing the same PES universe shard, bringing Star Citizen much closer to the ultimate goal of a huge living universe densely populated with players and AI. Once we achieve static server meshing, we can open the universe of Star Citizen to other Star Citizen systems, starting with Pyro. But having the authority to pass from one server to another, you'll be able to transition seamlessly without the need of a log out of the game between star systems. We're aiming to put static server meshing and Pyro in the hands of players in the fourth quarter of 2023. I still have doubts. The large caveat with this goal is that it's complicated engineering work and involves completely new paradigm, requires a host of new backend services and technology is hard to estimate and schedule accurately, as the issues and problems that can come up along the way are hard to foresee, as no one has implemented this system before, and plans rarely survive contact with users, especially at scale. This has been true for the PES, as it is no secret that we were hoping to have the Alpha 318 PES release live by the end of the year, as opposed to just the PTU. Delays in finalizing 318 and PES impacts the team's ability to start the next stage, and we still have unknowns of how PES platforms after months of heavy load and people seeing exactly how much space junk they can leave around. So, I'm concerned that they're talking about this now, which means they were lying to us for at least 2 years, and server meshing is another 5 years out. That's a hell of a jump from they're talking about this now, so they must have lied about it in the past. That's a hell of a jump. The reality is CIG had an idea of what was going to happen. It didn't work, and CIG is notoriously bad at telling you when something didn't work. So, for instance, we know that they originally were going to use iCache for the instead of PES. That didn't work, so they had to start over from the beginning. And originally, they thought they could. In the last video we just watched, they said that they thought they could do PES and server meshing at the same time. Discovered they couldn't. They needed to focus on PES first and then do server meshing. It's just a matter of estimations based off of brand new technology. And as anyone who's ever worked on brand new technology can tell you, it's impossible to estimate new technology because you don't know what you're doing. Brand new technology is brand new. No one's ever done it before, so you have to rely on what you think might work, and it might not work. Champion. Now, does that mean that it's not 5 years out? It could definitely be 5 years out. But it's not that CIG is lying. It's just that they don't know. They're using best estimates based off of what they think they can do. I think the concern is coming from them saying they have been experimenting with server meshing, but since PES had to come first, it sounded like they were just starting to work on server meshing. At CitizenCon, it sounded like more they had a bunch of progress already made. Hey, Donnie. What I do know is this chicken sandwich is quite good. How you doing, Donnie? When it's new, you don't know what you don't know. Exactly. Now, as far as I understand, they have made a lot of progress in what they wanted to do for server meshing. But that doesn't mean shit. Like, they could build a bunch of stuff for server meshing and just have it not work. Which is the reason why they're doing this conversation now, is to figure out, all right, what do we actually have to do? Where are the steps that we need to take? So, chicken sandwich tech confirmed. Hey, online. The last throw doesn't put me to sleep. We're just kind of going over how effective what they're saying is they're starting the process, the first stepping stones to getting server meshing complete. What if the tech never works the way that they imagine it will? Will it scale the project back? No, they'll just come up with a new way of tackling it. A big question, does Squadron 42 need server meshing? As far as I understand, no, but yes. CIG seems to be absolutely dead set on ensuring that Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are the same game. Wait, did I just hear Whammers is going to have chicken sandwiches? I think they already have chicken sandwiches. They have spicy chicken sandwiches. I got this game development figured out. Online does. Online, by the way, if you wanted to blame anyone for delaying Star Citizen's development, blame Online. He stole Wallace Klim, and CIG still hasn't fucking found him. He's still missing from the verse since Online stole him and then kidnapped him and ran him away. Fucking PES, man. Persistence is a bitch. I just find it funny that he's been missing from the game ever since Online stole him. He did, like, legitimately, Online stole him, and since then, he has been missing from the game. Put him back, Online, put him back. But yeah, as I said, Squadron 42 seems to be wanting to use every single piece of technology that Star Citizen develops. Because I remember them saying in the past, they had a rudimentary save system working, and then they threw it away and have already developed a system where they're using PES to save your game. They don't need PES to save your game, but they're fucking using it. Now, I think the reason why this exists is simply because CIG wants to make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 as similar as possible so that if they wanted to transfer technologies back and forth, they could. So it makes it a lot easier for them to develop the next part of Squadron 42. If they develop some cool idea for Star Citizen, it's easily integratable into Squadron 42 Part 2 or whatever it is. This is going to be a 3-part series. At least they're planning on it. I think that's the goal, is to try to future-proof the issue. Members does have the chicken sandwiches. I thought they did, yeah. Let's go. What surprise additions to 319 could we see? I mean, I'm still thinking we could see UGFs. We could also definitely see tractor beams, new changes to the like cargo loading, the loading elevators. We could see changes to the health system because they definitely need to change some stuff up for bounty hunting. We could see changes to criminality systems, which they need to do for bounty hunting. We could definitely see, I don't think we will, but it's a freaking take a hit and pass it, puff, puff, pass kind of idea. But you could see hole munching, or at least some parts of it in there. Campaign mode, server meshing for campaign. Why Squadron 42? Why Squadron 42 is campaign mode? What do you mean? Apparently, persistence is online's bitch. What's your most anticipated ship yet to be put in game? The Ranger. He's somewhere in New Babbage. I bumped him into a dragonfly and he went flying into the skyline. All right, CIG, that's where you can find him. He's somewhere in New Babbage. Like Team Rocket from Pokemon. I have not failed, but I found 1,000 ways to not make a light bulb. Yeah. We made this, you're going to use it. Yeah. We understand Squadron 42 is a feature test bed for PU. Sort of. It's also it's an own individual set of... like Squadron 42, the whole concept, at least from a business perspective, the concept of Squadron 42 is that they will sell Squadron 42 to fund Star Citizen. That Squadron 42 will pay for itself, and then anything over that they can use to pay for more development for Star Citizen, and then future iterations of Squadron 42 can be, and single-player games, can be quickly iterated on using the technology they've developed from Star Citizen. It's using the same technology or the same techniques that Aaron Roberts and a lot of the people who were working with him for the Lego games worked, which is why you could see a Lego game pumped out every year, because him and his team developed the base core working functions and then just kind of ported it to the new setting and then changed some of the aspects, like maybe added a few things here or there as they kind of developed going forward. And that's why a lot of Lego games play the same, because they have similar mechanics, which they're literally the same game with new stuff added. So they're using that same kind of methodology. Do I think they'll release updates for Squadron 42 post-launch? Yes, 100%. I do. They've even talked about doing like a DLC sort of mission, similar to what they did with Wing Commander. Like secret missions, like missions that might have been cut. Is there a source for game tech / mechanics that are holding up certain ships and content? Yeah, it's I mean, effectively server meshing and PES are the two biggest bottlenecks. What is Slifi? Did Slifi give out a bunch of stuff? He did. Thank you for gifting out 5 community subs. I'm sorry, I'm so far behind. Why server mesh for campaign mode? You said this the game saves or something. So I don't know why they're using for it, but they've talked about it. That would be a question to ask the Squadron 42 team. I think the way that they're doing it, the reason why they're doing it is because the way that Squadron 42 works is it works on the same fundamental technology as Star Citizen. So when you have your single player campaign, the game will actually create a server in your computer, and then your player character will then be plopped in as the client on that server. It's like a private server, effectively. And so using server meshing may be a way that they can they can transition from one point to another so your computer doesn't overload when you're in one area. It's only loading that one area. When you go to one place to another, it doesn't require a loading screen. Think like how every time you leave a building in the Elder Scrolls, it has a loading screen. They're trying to kind of like stop that using that technology. As far as I can tell, I could be entirely wrong on that one, but that's a question that's up to CIG to talk about that stuff. Yeah, right. Squadron 42 is paid for Squadron 42. Star Citizen is paid for Squadron 42 100%. It has, not entirely, but it has there's definitely been payments. But the idea is further down the road when Squadron 42 releases, in theory, if Squadron 42 does even a minor hit amongst people, then the reverse will happen. Squadron 42, even at a decent hit, could outpace Star Citizen's development in years. Years of development money Squadron 42 could make in like a month. Because a released single-player game is going to get a lot more attention than a buggy multiplayer alpha. Hey, I'm Choka, how you doing? COD campaign mode is, I'm guessing, in single-player mode, it unlocks stuff, it sort of feeds into the multiplayer mode. Yeah, kind of, though. Squadron 42 is a lot more complicated than a COD single-player. Have you already discussed the new Scorpius? I haven't, no. Isn't releasing silly. Man, Zarek. Tell me on the doll, point to me on the doll where Chris Roberts touched you. It's a lot more complicated than a Star Citizen's, Squad 42 is a lot more complicated than Star Citizen's tutorial. It's like a 40-hour mission, or 40-hour campaign. The idea that Squad 42 uses private servers is kind of cool. Could open up possibilities for modding capabilities. Yeah, there's actually a similar technology that used by Rockstar, if I believe, because they have the same thing. Where like Red Dead Online and GTA Online are the same game, but designed differently. Because if you do any kind of GTA or Red Dead Redemption RP, those systems are built off of the single-player versions of those games, not the multiplayer. And then they kind of reverse engineer multiplayer from the single player. Did you catch the spirit in the background of ISC today? I didn't, no. So what if you take the PU loads, it's your PC, and then crams all the single-player game, effectively? Question, will we see capital ships for server meshing testing or Pyro? I don't think we'll see it initially, but we'll almost certainly see them in-game once Pyro comes out. I don't know, the buggy multiplayer pre-alpha has done a lot of attention lately. It has. Touched my heart. Do you think we'll see Squadron 42 sequel with open world aspects, seeing the tech will be there? Possibly. It's hard to tell. CIG's already written all of the parts for Squadron 42, but both Aaron and Chris Roberts, again, in the past, have said that Squadron 42, the single-player camp ideas will still be coming out. They can make as many single-player games as they want once Squadron 42 runs its course. And they could do things like Privateer or Freelancer, how those worked. So it's hard to tell. I want a Gundam and a snazzy mod of Sazabi. I don't know what Sazabi is, but the whole C was also in the IC. I saw that, yeah. Buggy Multiplayer Alpha. Well, you can always get the EA activation rate of selling their Buggy Multiplayer Alpha at full price and call it released. That's true. What are we going to do when the online game isn't Buggy Alpha? What will we complain about? I don't know. Probably balance. That's what every other multiplayer, other game complains about, is balance. Question, why do bugs like being unable to eat and drink go ignored for so long? Likely because it's not a priority. Unfortunately, CIG seems to believe that you can just kill yourself and I'm in game. You could just, I'm just gonna say that because then someone's gonna lose their mind. You hit backspace, hold down backspace, and respawn. And when you respawn, your food and drink are reset. And so it's not a priority for CIG to fix those issues. That's probably the reason why. It'd be cool if CIG made an RPG like Starfield, but with the scope of Star Citizen. I don't know if that's in Chris Roberts' blood. It might be, but 318 live bug predictions, my man, I don't want to even talk about that. It's going to be hell. It's going to be hell on earth. I haven't played it since they did the Open PTU. How's the Open PTU? How bad is it right now? I wonder when CIG will start implementing real-world companies for game marketing and funding purposes. So for example, Taco Bell pays to have Taco Bell terminals on stations. They sort of already did that. AMD's in the game. Intel's in the game, I think. But they have lore for them. Not bad. Yeah, not bad. Honestly, really stable so far. How about it bugs-wide, though? 2032 remaster Freelancer would be amazing. Also, PTU is actually pretty good. Oh. It's Open PTU. Yeah, Omega. It's Wave 3. They released it in Wave 3 Tuesday? Better than 317.5? That's damn amazing. So CIG might actually release it soon. I think they're going to wait a couple of more days to kind of really make sure that it doesn't screw up, but... it's not necessarily that basic bugs aren't game breaking. It's that it's not a priority compared to a lot of other things. The other issue, and I don't know if Donnie's still here, but he could probably explain it because he's also in QA, is I'm not in QA, but he's in QA for CIG, so he might know a little bit more about the process for this. But a lot of it is, can it be repeated? Because just because a bug happens to you because you can't eat or drink, doesn't mean they know why it happens. And if they can't find out why it happens, they can't fix the bug. So they have to figure out how it happens in the first place, which may take more time and effort than just going through because it doesn't happen very often. Like I've had the not able to eat or drink bug maybe a handful of times over the last year. It happens, but usually just a reset of my computer, like turning your computer off and turning it back on, or just logging out, logging back in, will often fix it. Or, you know, hitting the backspace and respawning, it does that. Or doing a character reset. So it's usually not a huge issue. Usually fixes itself after a session or two. And as a result, because it may not be repeatable and because it's not that big of it's an annoying bug, but it's not like a huge bug issue. It's just more like, hey, let's just put it in the back burner. We'll fix it later if it keeps popping up. Coming to your stream, I was salty about ISE. You have the magic to bring some things to light. Nothing they said was new. Effectively, if you've read the chairman letter from the chairman, it's everything they said in the letter from the chairman. They're doing the nuts and bolts. They're just talking about what they're actually how to get there. Do we have 318 live predictions? I do. My belief is still the earliest we would see it, and I think this would be pipe dream, is the 24th of February. I think it's much more likely we'll see it go live on the 3rd of March. I think that's a reasonable expectation. Outside chance of it going to the 10th, but I don't think they'll play it all the way up to St. Patrick's Day, because that's their next big event is St. Patrick's Day. $6,000 open PTU, no 30K, but there's this weird bug where if I drink too much Schmaltz Light, I wake up in the side of the Garden State Parkway in New Jersey in real life. ISE wasn't bad. We just watched through it. It's not as engaging because it's just them talking about it, but it's basically them talking about the process upon which they need to do and where they're going for it. And it's part one of probably 4 parts. At least 2 parts. Yeah. And if you saw the slate, it was recorded on January 10th. So this happened a month ago. And we know this happened a month ago because I've talked about it since then. And they even knew a lot of this stuff when Chris Roberts was posting the letter from chairman back in like December. So this isn't new. This is just them getting together and conferring that this is indeed what we're doing, right? I read about the third. I bet 0311 a bottle of bourbon. It wasn't going live until March. Oof. Hey, I mean, I don't think it's going live till March still even. They didn't even talk about the process. They talked about nothing about the process, nothing with nothing specific. They didn't talk about the process. They talked about talking about the process, nothing specific. They did talk about some things. They talked about, for instance, that they need to figure out, one of the examples they used was what happens when a player dies in interspace. And that's using CIG's lingo for quantum jump, or not quantum, jump points. Because in lore, the jump points themselves take place in a different dimension called interspace. Because they talked about they're going to decouple interspace travel from the DGS. So something about jump points themselves are not going to be game servers. Or they're talking about possibly making it non-game servers. So it was them discussing, like, how do we ensure the game functions when the handoff happens from one server to another? And they're talking about all of the edge cases that could happen and how they could deal with that and get into those processes. You really have to like slow down, because it is Chris Roberts and I forgot his name, the gentleman's name, fantastic developer, but it's them talking for 2 hours about nothing kind of energy. It's a lot of jargon. It's a lot of like, they talk and the way it's cut, it's really difficult to pick up on, but they definitely talk about it. It sounded like Interspace is basically another star system, or at least they're treating it like it, but they also said it's not part of the DGS. And for those who don't know what a DGS is, that's a dedicated game server. That's the gameplay we actually play on. It's the go pew pew pew, go do the missions, those things. That's Star Citizen that we see. What they're saying is that it won't be Star Citizen that we see. It might be an entirely different system that they're using. Later, Joseph Baker. So no PES in the interspace, maybe? No, it's still connected to the replication layer. That's what they said. That's why they needed to disconnect the replication layer from the DGS, because it needs to track that process. And at least the diagram they showed at one point was, do we want Interspace to be its own server or multiple servers in between it? So Interspace is run locally. That would be very weird because it wouldn't support multiple players in that server. Now, CIG has always said that there's going to be limited control you have while you are in the jump point, because it's going to be, you are riding the rapids. You're just going to kind of control your ship as it moves and hope you don't die. That's kind of the point of Interspace, that gameplay. It was never intended to be engaging gameplay for everyone. It was designed to be a kind of a mini game, mostly to hide handoffs between servers, because early Star Citizen development was very different from what we have today. So, yeah. I love how everyone is caught up with this new tech feature smokescreen, like nothing can be done without it. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, they definitely need to do DGS stuff, or do that stuff, but server meshing holds a lot of the game back. It doesn't hold everything back. There's still a lot of stuff that can be done, but it does definitely holds a lot of the future stuff, especially AI stuff. That could be true, Foxtrot. Interspace is probably something along the lines of menu screen. The PTU and PU, you actually see some authentication. When you're moving to the menu screen, you are handed off to a shard, the DGS. And I could see that. That seems weird for me, because in theory, the actual traveling between the jump points is still gameplay. It's just maybe not as important gameplay. But maybe they're thinking about building a separate version of the DGS, which is simplified, which is simply there as kind of like a pass-through system. Hey, that would be some fucked up Interspace lore. You look around your ship and everyone vanishes, the phase in and out of your destination. It kind of works with the lore, because Interspace in Star Citizen is a different dimension. it's not too dissimilar from hyperspace in Babylon 5 or the warp in 40K. It's an entirely separate dimension where time and space do not function the same way that we expect them in the real world, which is why it's actually a tunnel between 2 points in real space going through interspace. But they talked about being with your ship and your crew in interspace. Now, as a loading screen menu, that's the thing. That's the part that made me go, wait, what are they doing? It's always supposed to have been a loading screen, but now it's slightly different because the idea being it's a spot between where you hand off from one DGS to another. However, you're still having DGSs in a system. So when you go from one part of a system to another, you are going to be handed off from one DGS to another, and there is no jump point. I'm guessing they're just hoping that you could do that, that handoff will be a little bit more natural when it comes to something like, because it'll often happen when you're in quantum drives. But that confused me when they started talking about the interspace being something separate from the DGS. Do I need killer fields? Yeah. It may be something designed, because they've also talked about, Chris also talked about the idea that desyncing your player from the DGS and syncing you directly to the persistence layer, the replication layer, will speed up load times, because instead of having the persistence layer talking to the game server and then talking to you and updating you, it's talking directly to the player and the game server at the same time. So it could be that it's just a separate entity existence. So it's like a server that handles inner space that's neither solar system. Yeah. And that, yeah, and think about that now, Deuce. That does actually make sense, because they don't want to have, with static meshing, they don't want to have a separate server running the fucking jump point all the time if no one's there. So having it being an entity or like a peer-to-peer version of the verse, like a cut down, simplified version that doesn't have to require them to spin up new servers, might make sense. Don't get me wrong, I love this game, but it's clear that the player experience isn't prioritized. Yeah, it's not. It sucks, because CIG is 100% willing to say that this game is released, but also say it's an alpha. It's one of the biggest downsides of CIG's kind of like management style, is it is both an alpha game and a released game at the same time, but they don't want to pretend. So when it suits them best, it's a released game, and when it suits them best, it's an alpha. And it's a struggle. It's a real struggle to get CIG to sit down and actually try to improve the game, because CIG is like, well, if we improve the game, then we're wasting time because the next update is going to break it. Like, yes, but at the same time, people are playing the game. You need to make some improvements to the game while people are playing it if you expect people to play it. Otherwise, people will get frustrated and drop out. Hey, Pigil. Schrodinger's release, yeah. Have I not been listening to what they've been working on? What are you talking about, Romar? Oh, but the captain better have a decent system. Well, it's pretty simple. Nah, what I know about CIG, marketing doesn't have a huge control over the game. It's a boogeyman that people bring in from their baggage from other games companies. A lot of it is not necessarily marketing. It's just maybe two development teams don't necessarily have the same idea. I'm guessing they will queue the player on source DGS, and then once it syncs to the destination DGS, then they'll transition the player. Yes. Antares is definitely not a marketing decision. The Antares is a rule of cool decision, almost certainly. And at least it seems like CIG has, because there was a weird addition to its release saying that it could do interdiction and EMP that was on the I think it was the IAE website, and everyone's like, what the fuck does this mean? And they're like, oh no, it was a mistake. Which seems to indicate that they had an idea for this while back, and they were going to release it, and they just didn't make it for some reason. So it may have also been something part of the original concept idea that they eventually brought up, but it wasn't a marketing thing. That's a ship team said, this is cool, let's do it. I'm very upset about the upcoming Antares nerf. I'm preemptively opposing it. It's going to happen if it even functions next patch. Not for CIG. Okay, Diogenes, thank you for that. And that makes sense. So then, but then that becomes the question, which is why the question is, what happens if you die during that transition? What if you crash? Like your ship just hits the side of the jump point and just explodes? What happens to your player if they hadn't properly transitioned to the other server at that point? If I remember correctly, Tarantino, that was taken out of context. I'd have to listen to the whole thing again to hear that, but it's easy to pull that out. John Crew is also a sarcastic bastard, so. He's a talented sarcastic bastard. It doesn't mean he's not a sarcastic bastard. Why make a Scorpius a better Mantis instead of upgrading the Mantis's engine mounts? Because the Mantis is not cool, but the Scorpius is cool. The new Antares is on Grimm's last stream 2 nights ago, 2 days ago, the end of the show. It's still up on Star Jump YouTube under his live tab if anyone wants to see the clear sneak peek at the Antares. The Endeavor made him this. Not according to CIG. What's that meme of like, I don't want to play with you anymore? That's the Mantis now. CIG just dropped it. So let's pull up some of the images for that and talk about this. Because I don't think it was a marketing decision. I still disagree with it. I still think it was a dumb decision. The Antares seems like a weird waste of resources for a team that supposedly doesn't have enough resources to make the Banu Merchantman. Find up some images. Okay, Board has something. Let's see if we can find some of that. No, it doesn't look like there's a lot. Looks like we just got the Twitter stuff and the image that they posted. So let's pull up the Twitter stuff real quick. Okay. So, seen that already. Then we also have this. So it is still a two-person fighter, as far as we can tell. And based off of what I've seen from the leaks, or from the game files, it's a QED, meaning a quantum enforcement device, prevents people from jumping out of quantum, and a quantum snare. So it pulls people out of quantum, as well as having an EMP. Grim got it in the Fleet Viewer. I'm guessing it's not that different in terms of its looks from the other Scorpius. Yeah, the Sentinel isn't supposed to have an EMP. It was supposed to have an E-Warfare suite, which is just they have an EMP for now. No second gun turret as far as I know. Yes, it still has all 4 wing weapons. So you still have the pilot still has access to the weapons. The Cuddy Blue is even worth less, yeah. Ouch, as it should be. Yeah, it seems like the co-pilot is going to be the one who operates this. Now, my question for this whole thing is why? Like, maybe it's just me being salty. Please call me out in chat if you think I'm salty. But doesn't this just kind of take everything that has had a QED before this and just say, fuck you? Like, this is a giant fuck you to the Mantis. Unless the Mantis has some significant upgrades in terms of what it can do QED or quantum snare, the Mantis is hot garbage compared to this. I mean, yeah, money is obviously an answer, but it seems like a weird priority to do something like this. The Mantis is cheap, right? Let me look it up. The Mantis costs, in terms of pledge, $150. It's about 1,230,000 AUEC. And the Scorpius is $240. I'm guessing the Mantis, the Scorpius Antares is probably going to be similar. Maybe around the same, if not more expensive. So $250. Combat speed is 218 for the Scorpius. Max speed is 1200 ms, 1250 ms. And the Mantis is actually 1220, so it's actually slower. Mantis has got a slower max speed than the Scorpius does, and its combat speed is lower. So the Scorpius is slower and slower in both cases than the Mantis. The Mantis is slower and slower than the Scorpius. Did its top speed get up? 1300. That's still very close, though. 1250 versus 1300. I don't know if that's worth the hit. The problem is as we are in this dev progression of assets and ships, things normally in a game, no one would see any of it. That's true. Yeah, but the Mantis is built out of paper and balsa wood. It's incredibly fragile compared to anything else. Wouldn't the option be buff the Mantis rather than build a brand new ship that effectively does the same thing as the Mantis and the Cutlass Blue? That's true. The Mantis only requires one person. But then they don't make money. And it is X-Wing. So X-Wing make money, go brrr. Cash machine, go brrr. Print the money. They didn't build a new ship, it's just a variant. Variants can sometimes take as much work and effort as a brand new ship. Variants, it's one of the reasons why they wanted to do original reason why they were going to do modular ships was because they felt that it would take less time and effort to build modules for a ship than it would be to build a brand new ship. And they found out it takes about as much time. So they just started building variants still because it's about the same. I doubt it took a guy a week. I almost certainly took more than that. I don't think this was made for Squadron 42. And that is true. QED and EMP will not always be. When is 318 live? Well, every time you ask that question, Gatsby, it delays it another hour. Just you. Only when you ask that question. But 1 hour. Let me see. Do I actually have the command still working? It does! Yes! There we go. There's the link. Source that 318 is going live in 1 hour. Click the link. Trust me. Don't just trust me. Just click the link. Yes, that's exactly why there's nothing on the launcher. Just click that link, Kistos. Exclamation point 318 in chat. That'll give you exactly the link that'll tell you what I'm talking about. Right? Just click it. That's all the information you need about why 318 is coming out in 1 hour. I only do that because whenever we get close to like a patch doing this, people come on, when's 318 going live? And I'm like, I'm at CIG, I don't fucking know. So I have that link. So like, it's 1 hour. Check the link, it'll be right there. It's believable enough that when people click it, they're like, wait, this is just a bit.ly link. That's mean. I just jumped into 318 in live an hour. Bah. I do because I'm weird. Oh gosh. Okay, I gotta pull this up. Online sent me something about Wallace. Okay, what the fuck is this online? This is some weird stuff right here. All right, I'm gonna reverse this. This is online stealing Wallace Klim, but just bumping into him. I've never pressed a bit.ly link. Just post it into my Discord with no context? Yes. That's where he went. Yeah, no, Online stole him. Online kidnapped him. Apparently, last time he saw Wallace, he was Team Rocket blasting off again towards New Babbage. The horrors of persistence, y'all. If someone manages to steal a mission giver, no one's gonna see the mission giver. There's a great video done by why am I blanking on his name? 2 seconds. Ray's Guide. Ray's Guide did a great video when people were kind of losing their shit about 2 years. He basically was like, hey, I've done this development before. 2 years. Everything is always 2 years away when you're using Agile, I think, or something like that. It should update based off of where the new character is. It should do that. Do you think the interiors will come with an alt account and a manual on how to set up a virtual desktop? I don't think so. I mean, Twitter has its own URL shortener for years. A news source that would do that is secret. It's a secret, so stick your vital information into a tweet. Agile development method, it's like building the plane while it's in flight. I mean, that defines Star Citizen to a T. That's pretty much all we had for today. So we can wrap it up if you need to, but you know, it's not as long. Next week should be a little bit better because next week we get the second update for the monthly the roadmap roundup, and then on the 1st, so like Wednesday, like 2 weeks, we might get Star Citizen's monthly report. I don't count on it, but we might. And then the 8th will be Squadron 42. So. Do I think the next week we'll have a progress tracker update? Yes, we will. So I actually have some context for that. I'll explain this real quickly. So this is, a lot of people got upset about this, but honestly, it's not, it's a lot more messed up than you realize. For those of you who don't keep up with the news, there was a week last week, the week before last, where Austin, Texas, had no power for about a week, about 5 days, 4 to 5 days. And I said, like, the Austin studio was without power for like 4 to 5 days. They still managed to push updates. I don't know how, but they did. But power was out. And talking with Jake about the situation, he fell behind because he was out of power. So the reason why he wasn't able to get the progress tracker updated was because he legitimately could not even see the work he was supposed to do for a week. He did not have any power. So that was why the progress tracker didn't make it. It's just he didn't have enough time with that delay in terms of the snow. So it wasn't like some new system or whatever. It was just, I think there's some ways that they were updating stuff, but he legitimately just ran out of time for updating those things. When's the next captain's table? Saturday. In fact, let me see who's on the captain's table this coming week. It is Digital Master and the Space Coder. They're going on. I think we'll talk a little bit about some of the back end stuff, some PS stuff, I think is what it is. Yeah. The original MVT, Movable Power for Star Citizen. We need to get a website and sell concept art. Go. What happened to the Drake broadside? I don't think that was ever an official thing. I'd love to see it though. Yeah, when I found out that, I thought it was like something new, something was happening, and then Jake was like, "Nah, dude, I just didn't have power for a week. I couldn't catch up with it." I was like, "All right, why'd you just say that? I was out of power. The Texas grid sucks, and it delayed your information. Blame Texas." All right, y'all. What are our guesses at for the new small ship that's wrapping up development is? Oh, the Nova. The RSI Nova is my guess. Based entirely off of lore and gut instinct, but I believe it's a racer. It's an RSI racer, and there's a variant, and that variant will be an info runner. That's a vehicle, not a ship. I do think that there is a ground vehicle that I think is the fancy Ursa, but it's not the Lynx, because the Lynx is already on the development tracker. I think it's a medical variant of the Ursa, for built around the idea of using it with the medical module for the Galaxy. In the tradition of using games more than once, yes. I don't think it'll actually be named Nova, but in the lore, the RSI Nova is the brand name. It's kind of like a Mustang or a Charger, or the name that's been used 1,000 times by many different versions of that car. It's always been a racer developed by RSI, and it goes back ancient. It's 700, 800 years old. I don't think it's the same ship that was around 800 years ago, but it's in the same tradition. They'll probably change the name because it's dumb, but it would make more sense to have it be called, because it's based off of constellations and stuff. You had the Scorpius, you've had the I guess the Mantis isn't, but the Aurora, stellar phenomena or whatever. It might be called the Nebula, would be what I call it, the RSI Nebula. I've been talking about a medical Ursa for years. That's definitely something that's always been on the cards. Nova could be the UE what the M1 is for the U.S. Army. It's one of those memes. I'm so confused by this progression. Because you have the M1 Garand and the M1 A-Run Abrams. How did this go from a rifle to a tank? As for the rest of them, I have no idea, but I'm almost I am 99% sure that we're going to get an RSI racer. It's been mentioned multiple times in the lore, and if this isn't the one, I would be very surprised the small ship wasn't a racer, because they're doing racing in the game. It's an actual why would we need a wheeled ambulance when you have a C8 med ship? Because the C8 can't fit everywhere you need, like inside of a the Galaxy. You can't put this C8 in the elevator of the Galaxy for that sort of thing. As well as eventually there'll be places where you can't land a ship. You'll need to drive you'll need to use ground vehicles, places that have weather conditions or rough terrain where you can't find a good place to land, or like canopy cover for like jungles or trees and such. So there'll be reasons to use ground vehicles because you'll have to make them, and an ambulance for that would make sense. Cleaning my M1 while I'm balancing my M1 as I ride on the M1 with my M1 knife pokes me in my leg. Yes. But it'll also fit into Okana, yeah. It'll be able to fit into a lot more spaces, which would be nice. Even a Carrack. So you could bring a medical Ursa along on a Carrack and have more of a mobile like repair area. And there'll also be no flying zones, yeah. I'd love to see the Zeus in a museum in the future. God, I'd love that. I'd also love to see the Type 4. The famous Goodman is supposed to be on display, which was the first ever ship to have survived the jump point, though it didn't make it back. It died in the Kershaw system. That's in there. I'd love to see the Type 4. I'd love to see... I want to see the Olympus, because I have a theory that the Olympus is the vaunted Oracle class carrier, which existed during the Mezzer era. So I think it fits inside of Freelancer Max. It definitely fits into 600 and Connie and a Corsair. So the Atlas chassis would be good for a double bed unit, like a double class 2 or tier 3 beds would work with that. C8R won't be able to fly through trees or be able to navigate ground swells. Like a C8 has to get into the trees and then navigate through the trees, and Ursa can do that, and C8 wouldn't be able to do that as well. The Pegasus, according to CIG, the Pegasus is going to come in with Squadron 42. It was originally supposed to be the first version of Squadron 42, but I think it's been pushed to the sequel. So the Pegasus is going to be the main ship you fly on in Squadron 42 Part 2, or whatever that is. Have a good night there, Northern Trooper. I keep saying I'm going to head out, but people keep having questions. It's more of a, like, I'm cool to hang out for another hour or so, but I don't know if people will have more questions or anything else like that. I'd love to see a Nova tank as a chassis with like an armor recovery vehicle or repair vehicle. Would make a lot of sense. Yeah, it's tied to Squadron. Hey Paul, cool catch you up. Do you believe we'll ever be able to give simple spoken commands to our NPC crew, like fire rockets or something? Probably. Personally, no. I think you'll be able to give simple commands, but I think you'll have to use third-party services to speak those commands. So when do you think we'll get ground vehicle races? Pyro. They've talked about it so much. They've showed it off in so many trailers for Pyro that they want to do ground vehicle races. It's Pyro. Did their principal photography cover 3 Squadron 42 episodes? Yes. It was after Aaron got on board that they decided to split it up into 3 episodes. Have a good night there, Outlaw. Do I think they'll release the SRV without ship tractor beams being done? Nope. But ship tractor beams are being worked on. So that's another thing I'm fairly certain will make it into 319, but it really depends on if the backend if the 318 code base can support it. 318 to live soon. Yes, Eric. 1 hour. There's that source right there in that link. 1 hour for 318. I believe mech suits are still coming, but it is coming first to squadrons. Similar to how like we're not going to get the Idris or the Javelin fully into the game until we have them in squadron because they're both squadron ships. I am almost certain we will not see the Titan suits until after squadron. Oh, I love that song. Yeah, Rover makes more sense for medical, but for recovery for like other, like armor, that makes sense. Different track vehicles coming? Probably. I don't know what. Man, I missed the Rick Rolling era. I'm an old school kind of guy. It's more of a harken back to the more wholesome part of the internet. What's the criteria to be on the guest and the captain's table? Asking me if you can come onto the captain's table. Do you want to come onto the captain's table, Alcinor? I can let you onto the captain's table. I'm completely booked up through February and I think some parts of March, but not to table dance, right? No, not to table dance. The internet was never wholesome. It was wholesome. It was just more wholesome than it used to be. Why don't we have vehicles like the Ranger series? What's holding it up? As far as I understand, they were completely reworking how vehicles function. And they're still in that process. The first stage of that process is done because everything CIG does is done in 17 stages. But they're also never done a motorbike before. So it's more about how do we make a realistic looking motorbike function without it just tipping over. Paul, what ships will you use 0 to hero with? Aurora and the Mustang. I have an Aurora for one of my accounts and a Mustang for the other. I've been asking to come on the table for months, years. He never lets me on. You've never told me what time you're available. I don't get how CIG is struggling with ground vehicles. They have so many Forza devs. They have a lot of, not just Forza, they have other devs too from like, I think Dirt and a bunch of other stuff. I think it's because they're not used to using the Cry engine. The Lumberyard engine, I guess, technically. But that whole thing is not built for the same thing. Because like Forza is built on an engine that's designed for racing. So it's a completely different experience. Especially since you didn't have variable you don't have variable gravities in Forza, where you have variable gravities on planets and such. Has there ever been any mention of forced feedback for wheels in Star Citizen? Not that I know of, but I'm sure that's planned. There's some pretty big VR fans there. 07, this is the complete history of Star Citizen lore part 1 yesterday. I loved it. I'm even more in love with traveling between planets now. Thank you. No problem, Beard. We also have episode 2 is already out, and episode 3 is getting scored. It's getting its music done, and then we're releasing it. So that'll be out before the end of February, hopefully. We'll see. But thank you for watching. A lot of people have found it, and I'm glad that people have found it, because it seems to have struck a chord with people. A lot of people are like, holy crap, Star Citizen has a lot of lore. And I'm going to sit here like, yeah, I know. And I'm glad that I had to bash my head against a wall to make sure you all knew this. I've been doing lore for a long time for Star Citizen. And whenever I hear someone scoff and be like, Star Citizen's lore is so basic and stupid, I just want to be like, you have not seen what I've seen. I've seen attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. No, but Astro Chronicles watches a lot. He hangs out in the chat a lot. No relation to the Astro Chronicles though. We should start saying we're brothers, because I don't even think he's from an English speaking country. It'd be funny though. I've seen some shit. I joked that I wanted to do an entire. Okay, I do kind of want to be on the captain's table with something I contribute to. Well, you're an artist, so we can always bring you on with another artist, somebody else who does 3D art and such, to talk a little bit about Star Citizen and that sort of context. That's fine. You don't have to have a cam. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, me doing this is insane. It's nuts. Like, I'm on part 3, and part 3 is halfway between the Golden Age. It's halfway through the Golden Age of exploration for Star Citizen. I have another 100 years of the Golden Age. And we've only, and halfway through the Golden Age is when they meet the Banu. I haven't even gotten to the first Tavarn War yet. That'll be episode 5. I haven't even gotten to the Mezzers yet. Episode 6 will be the first of the Mezzers. Like 70 years. Episode 7 will just be the second Tavarn War. Episode 8 will probably be like it's going to be between a 10 and 25 part series. Each 45 minutes long. And there are more information. The closer we get to where we currently are in Star Citizen, the more information there is. There'll be entire episodes that are literally like 4 years, which will take 45 minutes. So I knew I was absolutely insane when I started doing this, but I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do it. And I'm going to release a video that is like 16 hours long as the complete history of Star Citizen lore. So y'all can sit there and be like, wow, that's a lot of lore. And it's like, yes, that's a lot of fucking lore. Yes, I like Tex. Tex is another great lore master. No Klingon Academy game, Flying into the Sun was a major part of the game. Very well done. Any plan on adding this here? I think that's planned at some point. Point is, you have a plan. I have a plan. Got a link to the channel, all the lore is? Yeah. I think that... Nope, that's not it. Is it YouTube? Is it lore? Yeah, right there. There's the link right there. Click that link and it'll get you right there. I'm a dog chasing cars. No, you're a shipmaster, Execute. You're the shipmaster. Which means you're the coolest character in all of Halo lore. Show sure is going to be Rickrolled again. No, not Rickrolled. Actual, honest-to-God link to my other YouTube. Only a master of evil in Asteroids X. God. Sherry will be calling. She wants the Sergeant Johnson. No, the shipmaster. Sergeant Johnson is everyone's favorite, but he's not the coolest. The coolest is the shipmaster from Halo because he has no lore other than the most badass line in all of Halo lore, which is "Shipmaster, they outnumber us 3-1," and he goes, "Then it is a fair fight." He's the like main guy in all of Halo 3 that takes you around everywhere. He's the Arbiter's best buddy. Oh, is Execute up? It's like just midnight for him. It's pretty late, but not like super late. It's like late, or it's early. No. It's like early in the morning, isn't it, for X? Where do you get your lore? The Galactopedia? So this is why my brain hurts when I do these episodes. No, the Galactopedia is one source. But there's also lore articles that are written that CIG does. They all write them in desperate different like areas. There's also articles written on the Jump Point magazine, which is pay, so you have to pay for it. Plus, there's also lore written inside brochures for ships. So there's like 7 or 8 different pieces of lore. You have to find them because CIG connects them together, but doesn't tell you how they're connected together. The Galactopedia is starting to do that, but they haven't fully completed it yet. So, for instance, there are 4 different sources that talk about the first contact with the Banu. One of them is exclusively on Jump Point, which talks about the history of Jerry, the first Banu who we met, who's actually named Njeri. that they just called him, or in Jerry, and they just called him Jerry. His N was kind of a silent. His full story, plus the story of the First Contact, which was done in a capsule episode. Plus, there's also the story of First Contact done in an episode of Star Citizen, or Inside Star Citizen. Plus, there's also talks about it in Galactopedia, and other interviews with Vernon Tarr, who was the first person who made First Contact. So there's like 4 or 5 different articles all talking about this, which give it from different perspectives and different aspects. You have to pull that all together to kind of make one coherent narrative, because it's not all the same. For instance, the message that Jerry ate all of the food, including the wrappers, when he was first given food, was only mentioned in the Jerry biography, not in any of the other sources. I have to corroborate all of these things to make sure that they all make sense and lines up and everything lines up. And sometimes it doesn't, because CIG's lore is not fully up to date, because a lot of it is old lore or it hasn't gotten fleshed out yet. Like the discovery of certain systems we know, but for instance, Ellis, the system that has green, was discovered after the discovery of the Nexus system. But the only system that could have been discovered before Ellis discovered was the Nexus system. So the jump point from when it was discovered should be from the Nexus system, but the Nexus lore says that no other system was discovered, because it wouldn't make any sense for the Ellis system to have been settled, because it was a big deal that the Nexus system was given to one company, because the UE Army or the UE Navy was all fucked up because they had Cathcart and they didn't want anyone else to access Cathcart, and the only access to get to the Nexus system was through Cathcart. But then Green saves them and is this huge, very viable system that's founded by Gaia Planetary Services. And it's like, but all it says is the date. It doesn't say who discovered it or when. It's just the date. And the date says, from where the date says, it implies that it was discovered. It had to have been discovered through the Nexus system, but nothing else says that. Sorry. It's 4:20 p.m. Nice. Do I smell cooking brain cells? But I fell asleep listening to AstroPub and had a nap and woke up with him laughing earlier. Okay. When do you think the radar and cell system will work properly? After they implement the armor system. They're working on a new scanning system for squadrons, so I assume once they get that done and implemented in the verse, it'll probably be around that. Oh no, it is definitely what historians do on a daily basis. It's the best and worst part about being a historian. Because it makes you want to bash your head against the wall, being like, why were you people not specific? Is there any lore on spontaneous cooperative efforts between a faction of non-allied aliens with the UEE in the face of some greater enemy, problem, or issue? No, but there's a lot of lore of humans and aliens cooperating. For instance, there was a situation where 2 Suntuk Yais, or a squadron of Suntuk Yais, crashed on a planet, and the only people who got the distress signal was a stealth corvette, which was hidden, or no, it was a stealth base that was hidden in a system run by the UEE, and they didn't want to be found out, so they relayed the message to the closest fleet, and the fleet then arrived, the UEE fleet. So the UE arrived to rescue downed Xi'an pilots, and in the process, they tried to save a pilot who had crashed on a kind of an icy moon. They got there and they did their best to try to like pull him out because he was dying, and so like this entire crew of UE servicemen were ripping apart the bulkheads to try to get to him, and they didn't know what they were doing because they were just trying to get him out. While they were slicing up the bulkheads to get to him, they accidentally hit a fuel line and exploded and killed all of them. Like, other ones crashed and had issues or died. Only one survived and was managed to be picked up by a search and rescue team, brought on board, treated for his injuries, and then brought back to the Xi'an as a kind of as a gesture of goodwill, which is pretty cool stuff. So when we get server blades in the game, you think we'll be able to use all 6 remote guns on the Reclaimer? Probably not. There's going to be some power issues when you're trying to use all 6 remote guns, because that's the AI blades are definitely going to take up some more power. Could be worse. You could try to figure out what historic recipe, since no one writes down the goddamn measurements. That is true. You missed me cooking my brain cells there, Alex, when I was talking about the complete history of Star Citizen lore and how it's an absolute nightmare to write for. It takes me minimum a weekend. So working on it probably 6 to 8 hours, probably more like 10 hours. So minimum 20 hours to write an episode of the complete history of Star Citizen lore, and probably a good additional 5 to 10 to revise it. And then it takes me about 2 to 3 hours to record it. So it's a good 30 hours of work on my end. I don't even want to know how much work it is for my editor, because I actually got an editor for it because I knew I was going to not be able to do it on top of everything else I do. And I can almost guarantee that Uri takes a good 20 hours to edit it. And then the scoring process probably takes another at least 20 hours. So it's a good, 60 to 70 hours to make one of those things. Squids have mentions of AI. Remember Mars, never forget. I think I try to make it so that people understand that the AI, I don't think the AI is malicious in Star Citizen. I think it's just incompetent. I think people put a lot too much trust in the AI in Star Citizen and didn't figure out all the variables and threw it at big problems to solve those problems while it was still causing problems. It's very similar to what we see today with, say, like self-driving cars, like the Tesla having a big problem of just careening and crashing into random things. Do I think there's a lore that could be used in the future after release to find ancient cool wrecks? Oh, for sure. They could definitely come up with some cool stuff. Reclaimer has a capital power plant, though. It should be able to run the turrets. It should be, but the power plant also has to... The reason why it has a capital power plant is because it has to run an entire processor. It has to run all of the salvage processing. So I almost guarantee you'd have to not be running the salvage processor or other aspects. Has CIG said anything about players being able to become UAE citizens? Yes. They have no idea how it's going to work, but they do still have plans of players becoming citizens. That's the impression I got from the video, but yeah, never trust the AI. Another fun thing, people often left out ingredients since it was common, of course, you'd use it. That's the problem. That's a common problem in history, where people just assume you know what they're talking about because everyone knows. And it's like, but none of the other reference material survived, so we have no idea what you're talking about. That is one of the ways that CIG has just said that if you played and completed Squadron 42, you get citizenship in the UAE for Star Citizen. Is there a particular story you can think of where you'd want to look for a ship? Where you'd want to look for a ship? I mean, there's a bunch of stories. The problem is that the stories in Star Citizen, what CIG calls serialized fiction, they have dubious canonality or canonicity. There are stories, the context is they are stories written in the universe of Star Citizen. So, for instance, Cassandra's Tears, which is one of my favorite stories. This is about one of the best characters in the universe, Cal Mason. It is written in the style of a pulp fiction novel because it's supposed to be kind of this pulp fiction dramatized event that didn't actually take place, but Cal Mason is a real person in the UEE. And so all serialized fiction could fall into that. It's not actually canon. It's just a story within the story. It's what's Angels with Filthy Souls from Home Alone, keep the change, you filthy animal, that one. It's that context. It's like it's a movie within a movie. It's a story within the story of Star Citizen. Though there is the discussion of Tanya O'Neill, I want to say, who is trying to find the Artemis. The Artemis is probably the most famous ship that's been missing that everyone's looking for because it's the first attempt at interstellar colonization by humanity, and it disappeared without a trace. There's plenty of other ships that exist. I mean, the Goodman was discovered, but there are multiple other ships that could have been found that first had slipped into Croshaw. There's the Vara, which is a ship that disappeared famously in the Hades system. There's a missing Carrack. No, it's not a Carrack. There's a missing Idris. There's an Idris that's owned by an eclectic millionaire who made his money on arms sales, who turned an Idris into a flying private mansion and disappeared. Combat variant of a Reclaimer with an armory and a garage and a size 9 gun. Yes. There are also multiple famous Retaliators. There's a version of the Retaliator, which I want to say is 2787 or something like that, that was famously popular for modifications. And it was the thing that started this whole, they're called Bomber Boys, because they were people who would take the Retaliator and convert it into everything from a flying lounge to a casino to like a poolside resort. They turned the Retaliators into everything and anything they could, and which is the thing that got the Retaliator, that got the Aegis to start selling ships to the civilian market after they became the persona non grata with the UEE after the end of the Mesra era. There's lots of ships out there that are just missing. Great Boiler Master, what's the crash javelin on Daymar, I think? The UES Flysa. It is a javelin that was under the command, or under the command of Admiral, I forgot her name. She's the first commander of the Stanton system, specifically of Orison. What we call Providence Platform at Orison, that was a UEE military base. That was built as a UEE military base, and that's where the Javelin was stationed out of. And the Flysa crashed with a bunch of other ships, or a bunch of other ships were operating, trying to chase off illegal miners on Daymar. Admiral Dumbass, yeah. Basically, the Admiral said, scare the shit out of these miners, because I'm tired of these miners coming in and working, like, stealing goods from Daymar. So the Flysa came in hard and fast to scare the shit out of them. They scattered. One of the mining ships pushed too hard, exploded as the Javelin tried to chase it. And as the Javelin tries to chase it, the explosion fell directly into the engine intakes of the Javelin, blew out the engines, and forced the Javelin to fall into the atmosphere and die. It's the origin of the joke that UE admirals, for some reason, forget that gravity exists. It's weird that when a UE admiral causes the crash of one capital ship, but when it happens twice, you begin to wonder if the Admiralty just forgets that gravity is a thing. It would be hilarious if it wasn't the worst accident in UEE in the 29th century history. The entire crew of the Javelin died. because of a stupid order by the admiral. Wait, yeah, the first time was the Olympus. It was earlier, but effectively it wasn't a Bengal, but you can think of a Bengal carrier. It's the equivalent of that at the time. Was chasing a bunch of rebels in the Null system. They were going back to their bases on Ashana or Asura. I can't remember the name. It's one of those two. And the admiral wanted the kill. He wanted the glory of the kill, so he ordered the ships to get closer, as close as possible. His carrier to get close as possible, not realizing they were flying directly into the gravity well. By the time they realized they'd gotten too close to the planet, it was too late, and the entirety of this ship and all of its crew crashed and died on that planet. Now, that ship is still there in Null, because it was completely converted into a landing zone that's called Olympus, because it's named after the UES Olympus, which is the ship itself that crashed. So the ship itself is the landing zone for the Null system, or one of them. You make me lose faith in the UEE. Good. The reality is that the UEE, this was also during a time when the UEE was a fascistic dictatorship, where there was an emperor who was leading entirely because they had the right genes, not because, because they were born to the right person, not because they were the right person to rule. And the Mesers and the Fleisa happened after that, but there was a bunch of bullshit that happened at that point too. Yeah, the Xi'an hate the Soulless, right? The AI faction. We don't know what it is, but they're called the Kurthok. They fought the Spirit Wars, which makes me think that they're an AI race of some kind. But they're not. It's not a Xi'an word. Kurthok is not a Xi'an word, so it's definitely a secondary race that probably has nothing to do with the Xi'an themselves, but they just happen to fight them. When are we getting underwater mechanics gameplay in vehicles? Not a clue. Probably after they get a handle of some other stuff. Gravity just keeps people down. I did a video on it. It's called something like the race you will never meet, the Kurthok. It's an entire alien race that exists only in lore, and it's mentioned a couple of times by the Xi'an, but they're the arch enemy of the Xi'an. They have been fighting a 1,000+ year war with them called the Spirit Wars. And when humanity first learned about it, they sent off a spy to go make contact with the Kurthok. The Xi'an immediately caught them, called them a spy, and nearly started a war over it. Because the Xi'an were like, he's a spy. And the UE was like, no, he's not. They're like, no, he's a spy. And we know what he was doing. Can you tell us what he was doing there, UE? And the UE was like, no. Like, yeah, that's right. We're keeping him now. Forever. And so the Imperator at the time was like, cool. Here's the fleet at your door. Blink, bitch. And it damn near went to guns blazing. And finally they stepped down off of the whole thing. So yeah, it was serious. The Xi'an are very afraid of the Kurthok, considering they also assassinated the entire royal family down to the last genetic descendant in a single millisecond attack that happened at the same time across the entire empire. So yeah, they're kind of scary. I'm gonna go watch that now. Good night. Have a good night. We don't know if the Kilrathi are in there. I'd love to see them, though. I don't think you need to know about lore to know that a javelin is not supposed to go into a gravity well. Just don't go into a gravity well. The only ship that can go into a gravity well and survive is the Idris. We might see a cat race, though. An homage to the Kilrathi. Well, you underestimate human stupidity. Oh, no, I know. I don't doubt that people are going to do dumb shit. Night joke. They could be the Star Citizen Borg. My theory, based off of what we know has been discussed about them in the past, is that they are an AI race that the Xi'an bumped into, and that all they wanted to do was be left the fuck alone. The Xi'an disturbed them because they were like, push. And when they pushed and the Kurthok didn't move, they went, oh shit. Because the Kurthok have done nothing in their power to be aggressive. They've never taken advantage of weaknesses of the Xi'an. At least according to the Xi'an, it seems like they haven't. They've only ever done one heinous act, which was assassinate the entire family of the Xi'an royal family, destroying everyone and anyone who was near them. They didn't care about civilian casualties, but they did it in a surgical way as to cause chaos in the Xi'an Empire. They didn't push their advantage when that chaos was happening. They didn't seem to try to conquer the Xi'an. They just did that, and as kind of almost like sending a message that we are willing to go above and beyond what you realize to end this war. And it worked. The Xi'an signed a ceasefire, not a peace treaty, a ceasefire with the Kurthok, which is what seems like what all the Kurthok wanted was them to be left the fuck alone. So it'd be interesting if the Kurthok were an AI race that was not necessarily a pacifist, but they were a non-aggressive AI race. They're just like, just stay the fuck out of our territory and we're fine. Whatever I said. K apostrophe RTHAK. Kurthok. I think that's how you spell it. It's KRTH apostrophe TH. It's KR apostrophe TH. Here, I'll give you the Galactopedia on it. We don't know almost anything about them. Here, I'll pull this up so we can take a look at it. They're a spacefaring race, indigenous to an unknown area of space. Little is known about them other than their involvement in this period of turmoil in Xi'an history called the Spirit Wars. The Xi'an have strict laws in place preventing the populace from interacting with the Kurthok and have refused to fulfill information requests from humans. While some human explorers have made attempts to locate jump points into Kurthok territory, none have been so far found. In 2943, the UE Senate discussed establishing contact with the Kurthok, but ultimately decided against potentially jeopardizing diplomatic relations with the Xi'an. This is not saying is that the Senate actually did send a diplomatic envoy through a former criminal that was effectively a spy trying to find their way through Xi'an space to Kurthok space, because it's on the other side of Xi'an space, got caught and almost created a war because of it. Oh, that'll be revealed well after Star Citizen's release. Is someone pushing the Van Duel? That's a question. That's a good question. The Zhongnu equivalent game? I recognize that. I don't know what that is. Oh, you mean the Han? Not the Han, the Hun. They would like the replicators from Atlantis have some sort of program block on full warfare for now. Well, we do have one early design concept that was talked about by one of the developers of Star Citizen who no longer works at Star Citizen, who explained that the original concept they were kicking around for the Kurthok, was that they were a race that had instant communication ability. They could communicate at faster than light speed. That was their kind of gimmick, was that they were information brokers. That was their main kind of the idea behind them is that they were a race of information brokers where information was power, and they had instantaneous communication ability, which is impossible in the Star Citizen universe, so. Inward protection, Empire playing tall, yeah. Some of my game lore, I love ancient history, not even sure the difference is that big. It's a pretty different in terms of, like Star Citizen's based on the concept of ancient history, and they take a lot of elements of history to flesh out the lore, but the UE is not Rome. It's based off of Rome, but it's not Rome. Takes us to fly torpedo directly into engine intake. So how long after release will players smash the Xi'an fleet guarding the Krthok border and charge into it? 5 minutes. Yay, what's the status of Operation Pitchfork? Yeah, that's a good question. The Xiongnu were the ones who pushed the Huns, and the Huns pushed out the Vandals, Goths, etc. I was mentioning them as the eventual group of the Vandals is running from. Yeah, so I figured that's what you're referencing. Not quite impossible, just unalive yourself and hope to remember the info. So interspace telepaths, effectively. Which, making them an AI race would make a lot of sense with that context. An isolationist AI race that's built entirely off of information, that sounds like a pretty reasonable AI race that's addicted to info. Because AI is a big part of Star Citizen's story structure. Like, there are some themes, which is do not trust AI. AI is bad. The other one is corporations are evil. And the government is corrupt. Those are the three major kind of like story beats that kind of play through the Star Citizen. Squints at AI. Because like, if there's one major element of Star Citizen lore, which is AI sucks, and if that's the case, having an entire race of AI whose sole job is to collect information would be scary as fuck in the context of the Star Citizen universe. Sounds like the alien green? Maybe? need a spell beam. Got any of those ones and zeros? Yeah, that's the other species we don't know about, which is there is likely a species that's pushing the Vandal out of their territory into human space. We don't know who they are, but almost certainly they'll exist. They exist. AI gene stealers. Yeah, I kind of like that. Humans versus competent AI, we're doomed. Or we invent our own AI to combat against it, like the war minds of Destiny. Man, I said I was gonna end this for like 50 minutes ago. Have I used ChatGPT yet? IRL scary AI? Pfft, no, it's nonsense AI that sounds like it's seemingly believable. ChatGPT is just a search engine that has personality functions to it. That's all it is. Men of Iron, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of references in Star Citizen, which could almost certainly put Star Citizen as an early version, close to at least an early version of humanity in the Warhammer 40k universe. They share a lot of similarities to the golden age of technology, like the early version of the golden age of technology. Why do you want to do a 24-hour stream? If I was going to do a 24-hour stream, it would be for fundraising for charity or other things. The Vandal always reminded me of the aliens in Independence Day. They're very similar. I've always thought of them as, they seem very, like their design seems much more reminiscent of anglerfish. Of like bony-jawed fish from deep sea fish. Deep sea animals. They have that kind of like feel to them. Deserve more dollars worth. Thank you, Abdi. How was the? I heard you and the wife managed to get some time alone away from the kids. How did that go? Is there a source in lower level why all races are the same-ish level of tech? Not sort of, kind of. So one of the big reasons is AI. So AI development is banned in the UEE because every time humanity has tried it, it's gone haywire and fucked up. So everything has to work on effectively what we have now. The most advanced AI they can have is like an advanced, like take the systems we have now and like bringing up to 11, like the most advanced version of that. But they can't have sentient, sapient AI. They can't have AI that's the same level as a human being. They can have expert systems that are really, really good expert systems, but that's about it. Because we actually have developed in the Star Citizen universe human-level AI. They completely went mad, or they completely fucked up on some level and screwed everything up. So, and every time that's happened, it caused world problems. So as a result, Star Citizen's development for history, for like the technology in Star Citizen, especially with humanity, is very, very low. Most recently, it's been kickstarted a little bit more, but you add that kind of handicap on top of about 300 to 400 years of complete total fascistic dictatorship under what are known as the Mezzers. The Mezzers basically took anyone who was innovating and threw them in jail. Because people who tend to be innovating in technology also tend to be people who will speak out against a fascist dictatorship. So they got thrown in jail. So there was a lot of heavy emphasis on military spending rather than anything else. And it was really dumb stuff, like Wunderwaffe kind of stuff, like trying to turn Project Vespa, which was the Mezzers tried to turn terraforming lasers into planet crackers, which is not how terraforming lasers work in the universe of Star Citizen. It was a giant waste of money and time. So a lot of technology wasn't well backwards, but was kind of held at a certain state for a long time. Now, the reason why the Xi'an are slightly more advanced than us, but not as advanced, is because they're super long-lived. So they don't have a reason to push technology beyond what they currently have, simply because there's no reason to. Only since they've discovered humanity, and only in the last, say, 200 years, as humanity has begun to rebound from its period of both AI stagnation and political stagnation, did the Xi'an really go like, oh, fuck, we need to catch up. These monkeys are doing better than we are. And started actually to innovate on their technology. But a lot of that technology had been the same technology that existed for thousands of years in Xi'an history. Because again, the Xi'an can live a very long time, hundreds and hundreds of years compared to humanity. And the Tevarin, we kind of genocided. So they're gone. They have about the same level as humanity. And the Banu don't really innovate. They do, but like a lot of their stuff is based off of what they can find rather than necessarily creating brand new technology. Doesn't mean they don't do it, but they're not nearly as cohesive as a culture. So like there's no such thing as standards in Banu culture. So hopefully it's kind of like for a lot of different reasons, but like humanity specifically got kind of dicked over. We kind of had this climb, we hit a plateau, and then we got punched in the dick repeatedly. And we've only barely been able to like pull ourselves back up in the last 200 years. Yeah, it's kind of those situations. It's those fight where I compare the Tevarin human relationship with like the fight where two people who are really aggressive, like kind of stare at each other, and one of them like punches the other one, and it's like bad, but then the other one just repeatedly like knocks them out with one punch, but then just doesn't stop punching. Just like keeps punching them while they're knocked on the ground and just continuously punching them. Like it was bad. Like, should the Tevarin have messed with humanity? No, that was a mistake on their part. Should humanity have salted the earth of the Tevarin homeworld? Probably not. Probably a bad move. Now, I get it. Humanity had gotten sucker punched, and they were really pissed about practically losing the war early on. But y'all didn't have to go full scorched earth, salting the lands and completely terraforming the planet so you can be more comfortable while fucking over your former enemy that hard. Better like the Packlids, they integrate instead of innovate. Yeah, I guess so. Look, Rome needs its Carthage. I mean, it is Carthage. It's Carthage if they were Japanese. Because it's not just Carthage, it's also Japan. The Tevarin are 100% Japan. Because you can think of this as the allegory that Tevarin is like World War II Japan. The Xi'an are the Soviet Union. And the UE is the United States. And the current issue of the Vandul is, any number of outside threats that could exist in the universe. No offense, but salting the land is the way. Isn't that the human way? Punch back in a way your victim never stands up straight again. Yeah, but it also means that you have an entire species that you've kind of dicked over and just for the sake of dicking over. Because it wasn't like they went full bore; they went full half bore. Because there's still a lot of Tevarin who live in the UEE and live outside of the UEE, and they hate the UEE. They hate humanity. Can I describe Banu culture more? Banu culture is based around this concept of a Suli. So a Suli is it's kind of like a family if you mix a family with a guild and a company. So it's the basic unit of Tevarin society. And you can scale a Suli. A Suli is as small as two Banu and as up to like hundreds of thousands or millions of Banu. So with that concept, the Banu, they see themselves as being efficient. So like in the Banu society, Banu don't have gender. And I don't mean that as like they're like beyond gender. Like they do not have gender concepts because any two Banu still were required to reproduce, but they can just choose whether they're going to be able to bear young or not. So you need two Banu to make a baby, but one can just choose to transform themselves into bearing the young, and then once they have the young, they can transform back. That's all it is. So as a result, like Banu language doesn't have gendered words because they don't understand they understand the concept of gender because it exists around them in other species, but they don't have anything concept of it. And that kind of tells you kind of like how they function, because everything that's done in Banu society is a contract. Two Banu get together to make a child, that's a contract. That's a Suli. But that child is not like going to be raised by those two Banu as parents. It's going to be raised by another Suli whose sole job is to raise Banu, children. But it's not just, hey, here's this child, please raise it. It's, hey, here's this child, pay me money. So a child is sold to an education and a rearing Suli, where they learn skills, where those Sulis figure out what those children are good at, get them those skills, and then they sell those children then to their first Suli, so their first professional Suli. And then they work in that Suli until they've worked off their debt. Once they've worked off their debt, they can do whatever they want. They can found their own Suli, they can change Sulis, but that's the whole basis of it. And the whole concept is that the Banu seek perfection. They seek expertise. They want to be very good at what they do, whatever that is. And the more unique it is, the better it is. But the Banu are still Banu. They're still creatures. They still have desires and wants. Jerry is a good example. Jerry, with their first contact with humanity, was a bureaucrat. But he wanted to be an explorer. But he didn't have the money to pay off his debt to go join an exploration Suli. So he started embezzling money. And when his Suli found out he was embezzling money, he panicked, stole a defender, and ran away. And that's when he ran into Vernon Tar and contacted humanity. So, like, Banu or Banu? Hey, Quincy. Banu Parenthood, a manager training a new manager, yeah. Suli is, it's spelled it's like S-U, I think. S-U-L-I. Suli. I think Jake wrote this. I haven't seen that X, but yeah. Suli, you jest. Yeah, that's cool. It's kind of an early feature on that one. Thank you, X. It would be fun as a player to create one while stranded on a forest planet. You can be called Jake Suli. I love him explaining to his return. Hey, it's a funny story. So, like, the Banu, the whole thing of the Banu is that they are very eager to change. Because the Banu actually don't believe in history. The Banu believe it is a waste of time and money to chronicle the past. Because anything that can be done better is inherently better. So there's no value in remembering the past. There's no value in remembering what has gone before because it was obviously inferior. You learn your lessons, you improve, and you move on. So, like, a great example of this is hey, Test rated. Hey, what's going on, Test? So a great example of this, we're talking about Sulis and Banu. A great example of this is Luminalia. Luminalia started as the Glow Festival in Banu culture. And it says it's supposed to last something like 3,000 beats or something like that. 2,800 beats, I think, something like that. And a beat is a Banu measurement of time. And the problem is that it's always this very specific number. I'll look it up real quick. 34,000 beats. Tisiki Ifanga is the name of the festival. And it's supposed to last 3,400 beats or 2 standard Earth days. There's a story, like a news story, so we know it's canon, where a reporter went to all her Banu friends and said, why does the Tisiki Ifanga last for 34,000 beats? And they would go, because it's how much oil there is in the lamp. Like, yeah, but why is it 34,000? It's like, because that's how long the lamp goes for. Like, they're so confused, but like, yeah, because that's what we have in the lamp. But why was it 34 or not something else? Why didn't you build a lamp with more? Because that's what the lamp has. Why are you questioning this? 2 days, 34,000 beats, so. Don't the Banu also have an incredibly short life cycle compared to humans? I thought so, but it's actually like 50, 60. Humans live to like 150, 200, 120 to 150, close to 200 years in typically. Banu live about 60 years. Paul having the least respected in Banu society. Yeah. That's why I joke that I'm the Esso Sully of spaceship lore. I am the Esso Sully of history. The leader of a Sully is called an Esso Sully, so. Oh, God. Yeah, apparently it's wrong, because I thought it was about 30 as well, but there's a reference to it in the language guide of them living longer. I think what it is that typically most Banu leave their contract, their birth contract, their first Sully contract around the age of 30. So by the time they reach 30, most of them are released. They're able to be released from their contract and start their own life. So it's kind of like the beginning of middle age for the Banu. Yeah, Xi'an lived to at least 600 years, if not longer. Who would prefer human food more, Banu or Xi'an? Banu. Xi'an are carrions, so they eat dead stuff, rotted stuff, festering things. The Banu eat spicy things. They eat very, very poignant and pungent things. So a Banu could eat everything humans have. Humans couldn't eat Banu. But Banu do like crunchy things too. I found out that they do enjoy crunchy chips, like stuff like that. So, who would prefer Whataburger more? Banu. They think it's very bland, but they'd probably eat it. Xi'an Queen is the same queen from something like Now in Real Time or earlier. Yeah, well, no, her son became the emperor of the Xi'an Empire around the same time as First Contact. And his mother was the first of their dynasty, and she ascended to the dynasty in 1560 AD. So she is if we're thinking about if this was the Star Citizen universe, she would be about halfway through her rule right now in 2023. I remember when I first back in 2015, hearing that they were working on alien languages, I was like, someone is going to sure learn how to speak those languages fluently. Yeah. Unless you put some spicy shit on that popcorn, the Banu is not going to eat it. We'd love to see a Banu eat Szechuan wontons then. Oh, they'd love it. They love that like crunchy, but a lot of zesty crunch. That's their favorite foods for watching Sada Ball. They're huge Sada Ball fans. Yeah. No problem, cake. That's a spicy meatball. Or as Banu said, it's all right. Hey, it's House Eddie. I should probably wrap up here. I said I was going to stop an hour ago, but then we got into the lore talk and I just gone. Yeah, I have to do some. I still plan on doing an entire history of all of the food in Star Citizen. Every single lore for every food piece we have. From hot dogs to bennies to pips to fizz, all of it. Because there is lore for all of it. Yeah, it could be spicier. Yeah, it's only about a little past midnight here. Yes, I have school tomorrow, but... So, Damn Tyler is telling me to go to bed because he just offered me a 24-hour... It says a 24-hour stream and I'll give you another Redeemer. It's like, oh, cool, I'm done. I'm going to bed now. Good night. So take hot chili kebabs to Sada Ball to sell to Banu. Any they don't save to rot to sell to Xi'an. I think the Xi'an would really enjoy kimchi. I don't think they would I don't think they'd love it, but I'm sure like that, like lutefisk, or I don't know if any of you are in Scandinavia, but like I know there's like lots of like traditions of rotting or like fermenting fish in Scandinavia, like fermented fish dish. Didn't Pips essentially open a black market to keep up with demand? No, that was Fizz, but yeah. No, that was Pepsi, not Coke. Salted rotted fish, yeah. 1 hour, Polly. 1 hour. And calm down. You don't need to shout. No. I don't think the update's going to go live for everyone until March. I still think it's going to be 2 weeks. Bro, I lived in Minnesota. And worked at a catering company that once a year did a lutefisk dinner. I took that day off every time. Very similar concept because it's fermented, rotting, kind of partially rotting stuff. Banu caused many restaurants in the future to start carrying Carolina Reapers and meals to tourist areas. Let's go, Polly. The smell, yeah. I'll finish off with saying that the Banu are incredibly gregarious. Like, they just go with the flow, man. They are just down for whatever. When humanity started celebrating Luminalia out of the Tisiki of Funga, because we took their holiday and kind of adopted it, the Banu were just like, cool, that's when we're going to celebrate it too now. Because before that, they didn't celebrate it on a single day. They celebrated it whenever they wanted to. But when the declaration was made by, I think, Ivor Mezer, that December 22nd would be Luminalia, the Banu were like, so are we! Like, it's like, that's so nice. Only I know it's entirely because you want to sell shit to us. Like, they're the chillest slave traders you'll ever meet. Hey, Smithy, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for that raid. It's a hell of a thing to start off with. They're the chillest slave traders you'll ever meet. The Banu. I'm talking about the Banu. I just love the frustrated the frustrated reporter who's just like, why is it 34,000 beats? And they're just like, because that's how much oil there is. Like, they're just confused, just being like, the fuck are you saying? Now, the thing is that the Banu have and done and will buy humans on a slave market. Many a human has served in a Banu Suli and had to buy their freedom out from their children. Many a human are more Banu than human because they've been there, kind of thing. I actually do wonder if Alex Dugan was one of them, because we don't really know about her past. She could have been, because her partner in crime is Mazulan, who's a Banu hacker. And she spends a lot of time around Banu. So, and knows Banu fluently, as we know. So, is Solstice the largest diameter that you know of? No. Oh God, no. No, 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 no. Oh no. There are many bigger ones. Keel is like 104 AU. No, it's like 180 AU. There's another one that's like 140 AU. There are some big, like 4 times the size of Sol kind of things in the star map. Yeah, it's not the biggest one. The biggest one is that's Tamsa, but Tamsa is the second biggest one. The Keel system, where the headquarters of the UEE Navy and Marines are, is the biggest one. Is it 300 AU? I thought it was only 140. It is 303 AU. Is it the Killian system or the Keel system? I think it's Keel. No, it's not Keel. It must be Killian. I always get those two mixed up. Yeah, Killian system is 194 AU. Stanton is one of the smallest systems in the verse. It's on it is the smallest system in the verse. Pyro is more like a standard system, which is 3 times the size of Stanton. And then we've got Nyx. Nyx is 39 AU, so it's almost 40 AU. Let's just do Castra, smaller one. There's another one that's on the list. Castra is 22 AU, which is still like 4 times the size of Stanton, because Pyro is only 13 AU. Terra is nuts. Terra is it's only 12 AU, so it's not that big. I thought it was a little bigger. Let's go with Odin. The 142 system. Odin is 21 AU. For reference, for everybody who's wondering, Stanton is 6 AU? 5 AU. AU stands for astronomical unit, which is the distance between the Earth and the Sun. I enjoyed the ISC yesterday, but I really enjoyed the JT 4.0 last Journey to 4.0 last week. Yeah, it was pretty good. Well, that's the question. Did they scale down Sol for the game? That is a theory. It's my theory, at least, that they're going to scale down the AU because they scale down planets and everything else like that. I'd imagine it's 1/5 scale. So, like, what we actually see in Stanton, I think, is something more closer to 1 AU in size, in reality, which would mean that you would have Sol, which would be $5 AU. Yeah, 1/5. Yeah, so it's about 5 AU. Maybe 1/6, yeah. Because in reality, it's 51 AU. Sol is about 51 astronomical units big. But if you scaled it with the in-game scale, it would be about 5.1 AU. So it's more like 1/10. 1 AU equals 10 AU. 10 AU equals 1 AU in the 10 AU in reality is 1 AU in game. We did the math at one point where like the actual planets themselves are the actual surface area of Russia, with the moons being on average the surface area of India. Yeah, Soul so far off, your grandkids might see it. Soul is the least interesting part of the game, honestly. Soul is interesting, but everyone's like, oh, but will I be able to see my house? No. You probably won't even be able to, like, fly down to the surface of Soul, except for a very narrow corridor. Because it's the capital of the UEE. Like, are you low flying through the streets of DC? Is London filled with people, like, flying their airplanes across the Parliament building? Is the capital of, I can't remember, it's not the Reichstag, but the capital building of Germany having people just hang gliding around the damn thing? Fuck no. Nice twist, 90% of Soul in ruins. That's Algrid's theory. Algrid's theory is that they're going to unlock Soul after a Vanduul raid on Soul, so everything's fucked. So, like, you're only getting there if you're going to be seeing ruins rather than seeing actual functional things. So everything you would think would be in Soul is dead. I wonder if they'll fill the Kreese and Von basins to see if the Elysium and Valley Moneris is reverse. Maybe. Now, Mars is still red. It's terraformed, but it's still red, as far as I understand. Obvious story potential, yeah. Thank you, Elsinore. Bundestag. I do not speak German, so the Bund, I'm guessing. Bundestag. Is this right? I've reread the Mars trilogy at least twice. Red Mars, Green Mars, Blue Mars, Green Mars. Yeah. They already had a short story of someone trying to nuke Soul. That's true. Well, I mean, planes today require a lot more licensing. Well, it would be like trying to drive your car up the front lawn of the White House. That's not happening. People tried it. They didn't get very fucking far. Ooh. Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed because it's really, really nuts. But I will end up by saying I'm pretty certain the thing to remember about distances and travel with Star Citizen is that you are not flying across a system. You're not going to be flying from one part of the system to another. You're going to be flying from point to point. And CIG's goal is that leaving a planetary system is a big deal. It's like leaving an entire system in Elite. It takes planning, it takes preparation, it takes fuel, it takes knowing what you're doing. So there shouldn't be a real reason for you to leave like Hurston or Pyro 2 while you're there. Because you're going to be there for a while, make your home there, or at least have a temporary home there. And the only people who will really be going from system to system are long-haul truckers or merchants. But even then, you're going from point to point. The travel is part of that idea. Good luck tomorrow, you'll need it. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. Anyways, y'all, thanks for hanging out. Love your faces. If you enjoyed this, if you watched this after the fact, make sure you hit that subscribe button if you're on YouTube. If you are watching this on Twitch, make sure you hit that follow button. I'm currently at 16K followers on Twitch. I want to try to get 17K before the end of the year. I'd be a dream to get 20K. I don't think it's going to happen. And on YouTube, I am like at 3,000, I think. I'm at 3,666. Nice. I'm trying to get at least 5,000 before the end of the year. If I can do it, I'd be very grateful. We'd love to see you come in and hang out here. We do this live every Thursday. Well, I guess not every Thursday. On Thursdays, most Thursdays, at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Where we just talk about this sort of thing. Like I say every time, thank you for watching. Hope to see you someday in the black.